Stalingrad lived a great working and, it seemed, too peaceful life. Factories, enterprises and institutions were operating. All cinemas were open in the city, children played in squares and boulevards, music was broadcast through microphones and, at certain hours, reports from the fronts were broadcast. The city was crowded with residents arriving from various regions of the south of the country. Everyone was accommodated and arranged. The food supply to the population was good. None of the residents of Stalingrad then even imagined that a terrible threat was already looming over the city, and it was in Stalingrad that in a short period of time the most fierce battles during the war with the Nazi troops would unfold. However, it was clear to the Soviet command that the enemy was rushing to the Volga, to the Stalingrad area. The Communist Party and the Soviet government took urgent measures for defense. On July 14, by decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, the Stalingrad region was transferred to martial law. Back in late June and early July, work on the construction of 3 Stalingrad defensive lines, which had begun in the fall of 1941, resumed in the zone between the Volga and Don. On July 15, a decision was made to build a 4th urban line. On July 11, the Stalingrad Regional Party Committee and the Regional Executive Committee adopted a resolution on measures to create a people's militia. On July 15, the Regional Party Committee instructed all district committees to immediately create partisan detachments and put them on combat readiness. Hospitals and children's institutions were evacuated from the city. All forces to defend Stalingrad. Under this slogan, events of party, state and military bodies were held in the July and August days of 1942. In accordance with the decision of the headquarters of the Supreme High Command, on July 12, 1942, the Stalingrad Front was created on the basis of the control of the Southwestern Front. The 62nd, 63rd and 64th Reserve Armies urgently moved into the Big Bend of the Don. In addition to these armies, the Stalingrad Front included the 21st Combined Arms and 8th Air Armies of the former Southwestern Front. In the second half of July, the 28th, 38th and 57th Armies that had withdrawn to its zone were additionally included in the Stalingrad Front. The Volga military flotilla was transferred to the operational subordination of the front. The created front had the task of stopping the enemy's advance, preventing him from reaching the Volga and firmly defending the line along the Don River from Pavlovsk to Kletskaya and further along the line of Kletskaya, Surovikino, Suvorovsky, Verkhnkarmoyarskaya 34. The enemy advanced with 14 divisions of the 6th German Army, about 270,000 people, 3,000 guns and mortars and about 500 tanks. They were supported by the aviation of the 4th Air Fleet, which had up to 1,200 combat aircraft. On July 30, the Nazi command also aimed the 4th Tank Army at the Stalingrad direction, which began an attack on the Caucasus on July 12. The fascist German troops outnumbered the Soviet ones in personnel by 1.7 times, in artillery and tanks by 1.3 times, and in aircraft by more than 2 times 35. The complexity of the situation for the Soviet troops also lay in the fact that in order to create a new defense front, formations arriving from the depths had to immediately take positions where there were no prepared defense lines. Enemy air activity was high. The first to meet the advancing enemy were the forward detachments of the 62nd and 64th Combined Arms Armies. They began to fight back to the main line of defense. Upon arrival in Stalingrad, P.S. Stepanov's group flew around the airfields, contacted the command of the Stalingrad Corps Air Defense District and the commander of the 102nd Air Defense Fighter Aviation Division, which was covering Stalingrad from airstrikes. After studying and assessing the situation and all possibilities, P.S. Stepanov sent a report with conclusions and proposals to Moscow addressed to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief and Commander of the Air Force of the Soviet Army. The report said that the city was poorly covered from the air. The 102nd Air Defense Fighter Division has 80 aircraft, most of them obsolete types I-16, I-15 bis, I-153, and a small number of Yak-1 fighters. The distant approaches to the city are not covered by fighters. For the first time, we need at least one good fighter regiment flying new types of aircraft. A detailed report was also given on the state of the airfield network and its readiness to receive Air Force aviation units. The conclusions and proposals were not without consequences. A few days later, a fighter aviation regiment arrived from the Moscow and Stalingrad area, staffed by the best pilots on Yak-1 aircraft, which was then directly subordinate to the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force. The regiment was given the combat mission of defending Stalingrad from the air at the distant approaches. The operational group led by P.S. Stepanov remained in Stalingrad, supervised the combat operations of the fighter aviation forces there and made preparations for the deployment of new aviation formations and units scheduled for arrival. At the General Staff, with the participation of one of the departments of the headquarters of the Air Force of the Soviet Army, measures were developed to strengthen the troops and aviation of the Stalingrad front. To strengthen the 8th Air Army, the headquarters sent 10 aviation regiments, 75% of which included new types of aircraft Yak-1, Yak-76, Il-2 and P-236. Air divisions of long-range aviation were brought into attack advancing enemy troops. In July 1942, Aviation Major General Fedor Yakovlevich Falaliv was appointed Chief of Staff of the Soviet Army Air Force. Before joining aviation, Falaliv was a combined arms commander. He began serving in the Air Force in 1932 as an Air Brigade Inspector. Realizing that in order to perform the diverse functions of an aviation commander, you need to be an expert in your field, a good aviator specialist, he enters the Kachin Military Flight School, which he successfully graduates in December 1933, and soon he graduates from the Operational Department of the Air Force Academy. N.E. Zhukovsky. His arrival at the Air Force headquarters brought a lot of new things to the work of the headquarters. He focused his main attention on a deep analysis of the combat operations of our aviation, on the clarity and coherence in the work of all departments and services of the Air Force. In July 1942, the Air Force headquarters, led by Falaliv, issued a directive to the commanders of the air armies and air forces of the fronts. It stated that the basis for the use of front aviation in an offensive operation should be the most decisive concentration of aviation in the direction of the main attack of the troops and, at the same time, to solve a limited number of combat missions. Secondary directions and tasks of troops should be provided only to the extent of the availability of free aviation forces and assets. It was further said that this is only possible with centralized control of all aviation, which should not be taken to extremes and be an end in itself. The tendency of some senior commanders to control the sorties of almost individual flights and aircraft, with the complete exclusion of initiative on the part of lower commanders, cannot be justified in any way. It was recommended to the commanders of the air armies that the combat activities of aviation be supported by widely deployed aerial reconnaissance and battlefield surveillance. When planning combat operations, allocate an aviation reserve to bring it into battle at the decisive moment. The great importance of operational air supremacy for the success of the operation was pointed out and recommendations were given on how to gain and maintain it. 37. The work of the Air Force headquarters was improved, at the direction of Falaliv, under the leadership of General N.A. Zerevlev. Based on combat experience, samples of combat reports and operational reports were developed and in July 1942 were sent to the headquarters of the Air Armies and Air Forces of the Fronts. 38. In July 1942, the Air Force headquarters recommended that the commanders of the Air Armies and Air Forces of the Fronts, in order to eliminate the shortcomings in the work of the Air Force headquarters, strengthen the aviation headquarters, prohibit the movement of headquarters employees without the permission of higher authorities, and open short-term courses at the Air Academy for insufficiently trained staff officers. It was indicated that the primary task of the headquarters is to monitor the execution of orders and instructions of the commander. The chiefs of staff were required to arrange for the receipt of reports within a strictly established time frame. A close connection was established between the Air Force headquarters and the headquarters of long-range aviation, the country's air defense and the Navy Air Force. At the direction of the General Staff, reports on the actions of long-range aviation began in July 1942 to be submitted to both the Supreme Commander-in-Chief and the Air Force Commander. Daily short reports on the results of the actions of the Soviet Air Force addressed to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief were prepared by the leading department of the Air Force headquarters. They usually indicated the main tasks of the Air Force carried out over the past day, what their main efforts were concentrated on, in cooperation with which fronts they operated, how many sorties were carried out per day, how many air battles were carried out and how many enemy aircraft were shot down airplanes. How air battles were distributed among the main areas of action of the Air Force and ground forces. What were our losses in the air and at airfields and their causes? The actions of our Air Force and enemy aviation in the directions of the main attacks of the ground forces and their effectiveness were reported in a concise form. Changes in enemy aviation groups and the appearance of new types of aircraft and weapons in their arsenal were pointed out. Such reports were usually prepared by two Air Force headquarters officers assigned for this purpose, who spent 24 hours studying and accumulating reports received from troops and interacting headquarters and kept special records of the results of actions and losses. The final editing of such reports was usually carried out by General N.A. Zerevlev, who had the ability to say a lot in a concise form. During the war, draft operational reports and combat reports from the Air Force headquarters were successfully prepared by officers V.M. Nikulin, F.Ya. Panyashkin, P.F. Korotko, officers G.V. Vinogradov and S. Bolotnikov did an excellent job. The main attention of the command and staff of the Soviet Army Air Force in July-August 1942 was focused on Stalingrad. The defensive battle on the distant approaches to Stalingrad ended on August 10. The plan of the Nazi command to break through to Stalingrad in one swift blow was thwarted by stubborn resistance of the troops and the actions of the Air Force. During the 3 weeks of the offensive, enemy troops were able to advance only 60-80 km. The 8th Air Army and long-range aviation provided great assistance to the ground forces. The 8th Air Army, having 150-200 serviceable combat aircraft, flew 400-500 sorties every day. The pilots of the 434th Fighter Aviation Regiment, headed by Major I. Kleshchev, conducted 144 air battles in 18 days and shot down 36 enemy aircraft. The 158th Bomber Aviation Regiment also distinguished itself with P-2 dive bombers. This regiment was led by the Master of Sniper Strikes, Lieutenant Colonel I.S. Polban. In just 4 days, the regiment's pilots destroyed 40 tanks and 50 enemy vehicles. 39. The heroic struggle of Soviet troops and aviation on the distant approaches to the city blocked the enemy's path and allowed the command to gain time to organize defense on the near approaches to Stalingrad and in the city itself. The large length of the Stalingrad front, up to 800 km, forced the Supreme High Command to divide it into two fronts. On August 5, the Stalingrad and Southeastern fronts were formed within the new borders. The 8th Air Army became part of the Southeastern Front and the 16th Air Army was formed for Stalingrad. Commander General P.S. Stepanov from September 28, General S.I. Rudenko. On August 12, a member of the State Defense Committee, Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party G.M. Malenkov arrived in Stalingrad as a representative of the headquarters, the Chief of the General Staff, General A.M. Vasilevsky, and to coordinate the actions of front aviation and attracted long-range aviation, a representative of the headquarters on aviation commander of the Air Force, General A.A. Novikov 40. The headquarters of the Supreme High Command strengthened the Stalingrad direction with aviation. From July 20 to August 17, 23 aviation regiments and about 450 aircraft were sent to the 8th Air Army. 41. From near Moscow closer to Stalingrad, 5 air divisions of long-range aviation were relocated by August 20. The combat operations of these divisions were headed by the commander of long-range aviation, General A.E. Golovanov, and after his departure to Moscow, his deputy, General N.S. Skripko, who with the operational group of headquarters officers on the spot, clarified issues of interaction, assigned combat missions to the divisions agreed upon with the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force, and took a direct part in the development of joint plans of action between aviation and troops at the same time, part of the long-range aviation forces in the period from August 19 to September 14, 1942. By decision of the Supreme Command headquarters attacked the capitals of Nazi Germany and its satellites, Hungary and Romania. Strikes were carried out on Berlin on August 27 and 30 and September 10, and 212 sorties were flown. 2 strikes were carried out on Budapest on September 5 and 10, 122 sorties were carried out, and 1 strike on Bucharest on September 14, 46 sorties were carried out. In addition, 3 strikes were carried out on Danzig and on military-industrial facilities in Warsaw, Königsberg, Stettin, Tilsit, Fürstenwald, Treptow, Ploesti and Galati 42-43. On August 17, fascist German troops began to cross the Don in the area of Verkliachi and Peskovatka. Generals A.M. Vasilevsky and A. Novikov, who arrived at the front, immediately became aware of this. It was decided to switch the efforts of the 8th Air Army to destroying enemy crossings. The commander of the Soviet Army Air Force, A. Novikov, demanded that all aviation forces, attack, fighter and bomber, be directed to destroy the enemy and prevent him from crossing the Don. Groups of 10-30 P-2 bombers and Il-2 attack aircraft were assembled. Each group was covered 10-15 Yak-1 and La-5 fighters. In those hot days of fighting, Soviet fighters and attack aircraft made up to 3 sorties a day, and bombers 2 sorties. From August 18 to 22, our pilots operating on crossings produced about 1,000 aircraft departures. The actions of our aviation slowed down the crossing of German troops, but these forces were not enough. Despite the heroic resistance of troops and aviation, the enemy managed to concentrate significant forces on the bridgehead in the Peskovatka area, 6 divisions, about 250-300 tanks, and on August 23, with powerful air support, broke through to the Volga north of Stalingrad. These were the most critical days. Our aviation operated with maximum effort, covering the city from enemy raids and fighting on the immediate approaches to Stalingrad. The enemy, using air superiority, launched a very powerful massive attack on Stalingrad with approximately 400 aircraft on the afternoon of August 23. The German planes were coming in several waves, and those looking from the ground imagined the whole difficulty of repelling this raid. The roar of our fighters could already be heard in the air, and a large number of anti-aircraft artillery explosions appeared in front of the first echelon of German aircraft. Downed German planes fell, but the enemy, without changing course, approached the city with an increasing roar in the air. As soon as the first echelon of enemy aircraft dropped high explosive and incendiary bombs, a large fire began in the city. Before darkness fell, enemy aircraft carried out up to 2,000 sorties against Stalingrad. Hundreds of buildings were destroyed, thousands of defenseless women, children, and wounded soldiers who were being treated in hospitals and did not have time to evacuate outside the city died. It was a barbaric destruction of a city with thousands of civilians. Our fighters, repelling the raid, conducted 25 air battles over the city and shot down 90, and together with anti-aircraft artillery, 120 fascist aircraft 44. Late in the evening of the same day, the headquarters of the 8th Air Force and the command post of the Air Force commander were moved outside the city. The command of the Stalingrad front took the necessary measures to counter the enemy who had broken through to the Volga. During August 23-28, the troops of the left wing of the front, with active air support, launched a series of counterattacks. On the evening of August 28, the enemy was stopped on the northwestern approaches to Stalingrad. By mid-September, enemy troops had reached the city defensive perimeter, wedged themselves into the defenses at the junction of the 62nd and 64th Armies, captured a number of important heights and approached the city center by 3-4 km. In the current situation, the Stalingrad and Southeastern fronts were assigned the following tasks by the headquarters of the Supreme High Command: by stubborn defense of the city and counterattacks from the north and south, to bleed the enemy, to hold bridgeheads on the right bank of the Don, and to accumulate forces for the subsequent transition to a decisive counter-offensive. 45. Aviation was faced with the task of assisting the troops carrying out counterattacks and directly supporting from the air units and formations of the 62nd and 64th Armies fighting directly in Stalingrad for every block, street, and house. This required extremely careful organization of interaction between aviation and troops. Aviation of the 8th Air Army of General T. Kryukin and long-range aviation destroyed the enemy troops that burst into the city. Bomber aircraft attacked troops, artillery in firing positions and enemy rear targets 2-3 km from the front line. Airstrikes were transferred alternately from one area of the city to another. On September 23, frontline and long-range aviation struck Nazi troops in the central part of the city, and on September 24 it was already operating in the southern part of the city. Guiding our aircraft, especially attack aircraft, to targeted targets was carried out by aviation officers from the control posts of the commanders of rifle divisions and regiments using missiles, smoke, and tracer shells. In the combined arms armies operating northwest of Stalingrad, operational groups and aviation representatives were allocated from the headquarters of the Air Army. Thus, during frontline counterattacks northwest of Stalingrad, the 1st Guards Army sent a task force of the 16th Air Army to the aviation representatives operating on the flanks of the 24th and 66th Armies. Having their own radio equipment, they quickly transmitted to the commander of the Air Army requests from combined arms commanders for aviation actions against newly identified targets, and when groups of aircraft arrived on the battlefield, they directed them to specified targets. Soviet aviation provided great assistance to ground forces in launching counterattacks against the enemy. This is how Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov assessed these actions. It is necessary to pay tribute to the soldiers of the 24th, 1st Guards and 66th Armies of the Stalingrad front, the pilots of the 16th Air Army and long-range aviation, who, regardless without any casualties, provided invaluable assistance to the 62nd and 64th Armies of the Southeastern Front in holding Stalingrad. 46. The command of the Soviet Army Air Force took measures to increase the efficiency of fighter aircraft. In September 1942, the Air Force commander demanded from the commanders of the air armies that groups of fighter hunters be created under each fighter aviation division, and fighter hunter tactics be practiced with them. Fighter hunters must be recruited voluntarily from the best air fighters. These should be not only brave pilots but also excellent pilots, excellent air gunners, cold-blooded, calculating, confident in themselves, in their aircraft and weapons. 47. The intense nature of the struggle for Stalingrad, the large length of the front defense lines, the increased number of armies in each of them, and the preparations for a counter-offensive that began in mid-September required the direct subordination of the fronts to headquarters. On September 28, the Stalingrad front was renamed the Don Front, and the Southeastern Front was renamed the Stalingrad Front. Soviet aviation continuously operated against enemy troops. From September 27 to October 8, the 8th Air Army flew about 4,000 sorties. The impact of aviation on the enemy in Stalingrad did not stop at night. On October 22, 1942-48, the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force demanded that the commanders of the air armies significantly strengthen the operations of bomber aircraft at night and train each attack and fighter aviation regiment to have 5 crews for operations at night and in difficult weather conditions. This task was successfully solved. During the defensive period, Il-2 aircraft made 406 sorties at night. They attacked individual strong points, concentrations of enemy troops and equipment in the city. During the defensive battle, at the direction of the Air Force commander in the 16th Air Army of the Don Front, an experimental ground radio network for guiding fighters to air targets was organized and tested in practice. Even near Leningrad, A. Novikov, being the commander of the Front Air Force, and his assistants made the first attempt to guide fighters to air targets using ground radio stations. To organize and transfer experience to the 16th Air Army, the Deputy Commander of the 13th Air Army of the Leningrad Front, General V.N. Zhdanov, and the head of the Communications Department of the Headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force, General G.K. Gvozdkov, were called with a group of officers who helped the command of the 16th Air Army to develop a draft instruction for control, warning and guidance of fighters by radio and report it to the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force. Fighter guidance radio stations were placed along the front line 2-3 km from the front edge at a distance of 8-10 km from each other, and had radio contact with pilots in the air and at airfields and with the command post of the Air Army. As fighter gunners for air targets from ground radio stations, the Air Force Command called and sent to the front 25 commanders and deputy commanders of reserve fighter aviation regiments, brigades, in order to establish and test this new system, acquire combat experience and its subsequent use in training flight personnel. The radio stations of the guidance network were divided into command and information. In addition to information about the air situation, guiding fighters to enemy aircraft and controlling air combat from the ground, they began to be used to guide attack aircraft to ground targets. Based on the experiment, the Air Force headquarters developed and put into effect the first instruction of the Soviet Army Air Force on guiding frontline fighters to air targets from ground control points. Instructions for the Air Force on control, warning and guidance of aircraft by radio. A special place in the Stalingrad defensive operation was occupied by the struggle for air supremacy. It took on its most violent character after the Nazi troops reached the outskirts of Stalingrad. The main way to combat enemy air forces was air combat. During the defensive operation, our fighters conducted 1,792 air battles and shot down 1,636 enemy aircraft. At the same time, airfields were attacked. For example, from October 31 to November 2, the Air Army carried out a series of consecutive attacks on airfields, as a result of which 31 enemy aircraft were destroyed and damaged 4950. All necessary measures were taken to weaken the enemy air force. From October 27 to 29, a special air operation was carried out by the forces of the 8th Air Army and 3 divisions, 24th, 53rd and 62nd. Commanders: Lieutenant Colonel B.V. Bitsky, Colonel C.V. Georgy 1G. N. Tupikov, Long-Range Aviation. 173 frontline aircraft and 141 ADF aircraft took part in it, more than 300 aircraft in total. 13 airfields were hit, 502 sorties were flown. The operation was successful, several dozen enemy aircraft were disabled 51. During the defensive operation at Stalingrad, Soviet aviation carried out 45% of all sorties in the fight for air supremacy. From July 17 to November 18, 1,942 enemy aircraft lost more than 2,100 aircraft at Stalingrad 52. During the defensive Battle of Stalingrad, the Supreme High Command headquarters prepared a powerful counter-offensive. The fundamental decision on the counter-offensive was made by headquarters on September 13, 1942. The front commands were involved in practical work on the counter-offensive plan in early October. On October 9, the front commanders presented their initial considerations to headquarters. The development of issues related to the operational use of the Air Force in the counter-offensive near Stalingrad was led by the Air Force Commander, General A. Novikov, his deputy, General G. A. Vorozhkin, and the Commander of Long-Range Aviation, General A. E. Golovanov. The main role in planning and supporting this operation belonged to the headquarters of the Supreme High Command. The Air Force was entrusted with the task of continuing the struggle to gain strategic air supremacy and assisting strike groups of the fronts in the offensive. By November 1942, the Soviet Air Force had grown significantly and had 4,544 combat aircraft in the active army, while the enemy had 3,553. By this time, 10 aviation corps of the RVGK had been formed. Frontline aviation regiments moved to new states and now consisted not of 2, but of 3 air squadrons. In fighter aviation, the transition from a flight of 3 aircraft to a flight consisting of 2 pairs of aircraft was completed. The preparation of the involved aviation forces for the counter-offensive was intensive. However, according to the deadlines set by headquarters, the concentration of aviation at airfields in the Stalingrad area was delayed. The situation with the accumulation of aviation fuel and ammunition was unfavorable. General A. Novikov reported to Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov, who was in the Stalingrad area, that aviation was not yet ready for a counter-offensive. There was only enough fuel for 2 refuelings and there was still not enough ammunition. The reinforcement aviation units had not completed their concentration. The Marshal reported this to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief. On November 12, a response was received from headquarters with the following content. If Eremenko and Vatutin's air preparation for the operation is unsatisfactory, then the operation will end in failure. The experience of the war with the Germans shows that an operation against the Germans can only be won if we have air superiority. In this case, our aviation must perform 3 tasks. The first is to concentrate the actions of our aviation in the area of offensive of our strike units, suppress German aviation and firmly cover our troops. The second is to pave the way for our advancing units by systematically bombing the German troops facing us. The third is to pursue the retreating enemy troops through systematic bombing and assault operations in order to completely disrupt them and prevent them from gaining a foothold on the nearest defense lines. If Novikov thinks that our aviation is now not able to carry out these tasks, then it is better to postpone the operation for a while and accumulate more aviation. Talk to Novikov and Vorozhkin, explain this matter to them and tell me your general opinion. 54. The response of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief not only contained specific instructions on how to organize the actions of the Air Force in the counter-offensive at Stalingrad, but also set out the main principles of Soviet military art based on the experience of the first period of the war. They formed the basis for the further use of aviation in all frontline and strategic offensive operations of the Soviet armed forces. On November 18, the 125-day defensive battle of Stalingrad ended. This ended the most difficult first period of the Great Patriotic War. The Soviet Air Force played an exceptionally large role here, assisting the troops and waging a continuous struggle for air supremacy. They carried out 77,000 sorties, dropped 23,000 bombs on the enemy, fired 38,000 rockets, up to 1.2 million cannon shells, about 4 million rounds of ammunition, and struck enormous damage to the enemy. 55. The heroic exploits performed by Soviet pilots were another bright page in the annals of the Great Patriotic War. Our heroes carried out 16 rams. The names of V.V. Zemlyansky, I.P. Zazulinsky, A. Rogalsky, M.A. Presnyakov, I.P. Vedanin, L. Abathovsky, who repeated the immortal feat of Captain N.F. Gestelo, will forever live in the memory of the people. The fame of I.S. Polban, I.I. Kleshchev, M.D. Baranov, V.M. Golyubov, V.D. Lavrinenkov, L.L. Shstakov, A.V. Alelukin, I.N. was born here. Stepanenko, V.S. Ifremov, S.D. Lagansky, Amet Consultant, P.Ya. Galovachev, B.M. Gamolko, I.P. Motorny, V.N. Makarov, Z.V. Semenyak and many others. 56. The plan for the counter-offensive at Stalingrad was finally approved by the Supreme Command Headquarters on November 13, 1942. In accordance with the plan, the main blow was delivered by troops of the Southwestern and Stalingrad fronts. The Southwestern front was supposed to break through enemy defenses from bridgeheads in the Serafimovich-Kletskaya area and rapidly advance in the direction of Kalak-Sovtsky. The troops of the Stalingrad front were to strike from the Sarpinsky Lakes area and also advance in the direction of Sovtsky and Kalak. It was planned to encircle the main forces of the 6th Army and the 4th Tank Army between the Volga and Don rivers with converging powerful attacks. The Don front launched 2 strikes, one from the Kletskaya area to the southeast, and the other from the Kakalinskaya area along the left bank of the Don to the south. To participate in the counteroffensive, the Air Force recruited the 17th Air Army of the Southwestern Front, Commander General S.A. Krasovsky, Deputy for Political Affairs Brigade Commissar V.N. Tolmachev, Chief of Staff Colonel K.I. Telnov, 2nd Air Army, Voronezh Front, Commander General K.N. Smirnov, Deputy for Political Affairs Brigade Commissar S.N. Romazanov, Chief of Staff Colonel N.L. Stepanov. It was operationally subordinate to the commander of the Southwestern Front, 16th Air Army of the Don Front, Commander General S.I. Rudenko, Deputy for Political Affairs Regimental Commissar S. Vinogradov, Chief of Staff General M.M. Kozhevnikov, and 8th Air Army of the Stalingrad Front, Commander General T. Kryukin, Deputy for Political Affairs Brigade Commissar A.I. Vikhorev, Chief of Staff Colonel N.G. Seleznev. From the Stavka Reserve, 7 separate air divisions and 2 mixed air corps were sent to strengthen the air armies. The 1st Mixed Aviation Corps, Commander General V.I. Shevchenko, joined the 17th Air Army, and the 2nd Corps, Commander General I.T. Eremenko, joined the 8th Air Army. In the second half of November 1942, the 16th Air Army was reinforced by the 2nd Bomber Corps, Commander General I.L. Turkel, and the 8th Air Army by the 3rd Mixed Aviation Corps, Commander General V.I. Alodinsky. From the air, Stalingrad was still covered by the 102nd Air Defense Fighter Division, Commander Colonel I.G. Puntas. In total, our aviation consisted of 1,414 aircraft, of which 426 were obsolete, Po-2 R5SB. The enemy in this direction had 1,216 combat aircraft 57. In addition, 5 long-range aviation divisions were involved. The tasks of Soviet aviation in the counter-offensive were defined in a telegram from the Supreme Commander-in-Chief dated November 12, 1942. Before the start of hostilities, aviation had to cover the front's strike groups in areas of concentration, and with the transition to the offensive, it was necessary to facilitate the breakthrough of enemy defenses, ensure the introduction of tank and cavalry corps into the breakthrough and their actions in operational depth. Great importance was attached to the fight against reserves. Long-range aviation was planned to be used in the Southwestern Front. It was entrusted with responsible tasks, combating operational transportation and reserves, destroying enemy aircraft at airfields. A. Novikov, as a representative of the Supreme High Command Headquarters for Aviation, participated in the development of front counter-offensive plans, determined the combat tension of aviation at the direction of the headquarters, distributed aviation reserves, and dealt a lot with issues of organizing interaction between aviation and troops and logistical support for the combat activities of aviation. All the work of the Air Force commander took place in close cooperation with representatives of the Supreme Command Headquarters GK, Zhukov M. Vasilevsky and N.N. Vronov, as well as with the commanders of the front troops and directly with the commanders of the air armies and the commander of long-range aviation. Here is what Marshal of the Soviet Union GK, Zhukov writes about this. From November 1 to November 4, the plans of the Southwestern Front were reviewed and adjusted, and then the action plans of the 21st Army and the 5th Tank were reviewed and coordinated in all details. Army When developing the action plan at the headquarters of the Southwestern Front, besides me, other representatives of the headquarters were present. On artillery issues, General N. Uranov; aviation, Generals A. Novikov, A.E. Golovanov; on armored forces, General Y.N. Fedorenko, who helped to better elaborate the issues of the use and interaction of the most important branches of the military. 58. This made it possible to correctly plan the use of aviation in the counter-offensive of front forces, promptly respond to changes in the situation during it, redirect reservoir corps and add formations in the necessary directions, and with these measures influence the success of the offensive of the troops. It is characteristic that in the 8th Air Army, aviation operations were planned in the form of an air offensive, the definition of which was set out in the Battle Manual of the Red Army Infantry, approved by the People's Commissar of Defense of the USSR on November 9, 1942. It spoke of continuous support for the infantry with massive effective artillery fire mortars and aircraft during the entire period of the offensive. 59. The Field Manual of the Red Army of the same year stated that aviation actions in an offensive battle result in the form of an air offensive, which consists of two periods: preparation of an attack and support for the attack, and actions of infantry and tanks in the depths of the enemy's defense. 60. The basis for planning the combat operations of the aviation of all air armies was the principle of massing its forces in the directions of the main attacks of the front forces. For example, in the 17th Air Army, all aviation forces were allocated to cover and support the 5th Tank and 21st Armies, which were advancing on main direction. The formations of the 2nd Air Army were planned to be used in the offensive zone of the 1st Guards Army. The 16th Air Army concentrated its efforts on the breakthrough area of the 65th Army. Up to 75% of the aircraft of the 8th Air Army were allocated to support the 58th Army. Continuous air support was provided for when troops broke through enemy defense fronts and when success was developed in depth. Cover and air support for the tank and mechanized corps intended to build on the success were carefully planned. The commander of the Soviet Army Air Force visited almost all the airfields where units were preparing for battle, talked with the pilots, gave instructions to the commanders on how best to resolve this or that issue, and demanded that the operational group verify the implementation of the given orders. He had a phenomenal memory. He knew almost all the commanders of the aviation divisions by sight, remembered the first and patronymic of each, knew the shortcomings and positive aspects. I remembered many commanders of aviation regiments and squadrons. All orders and copies of orders given by the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force at the front were simultaneously sent to Moscow, to the Air Force headquarters. Therefore, the members of the Military Council and the Air Force headquarters were always aware of all orders issued by the Air Force commander and his task force. This made it possible to timely link the actions of the headquarters and relevant Air Force departments with decisions made on the use of aviation on other fronts. During the counter-offensive of our troops, which began on the morning of November 19, 1942 in the zone of the Southwestern and Don fronts, and on November 20 of the Stalingrad front, the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force was at the forward command post together with A.M. Vasilevsky, to whom headquarters entrusted coordination of the actions of all three fronts, and periodically at the forward control points of the 17th and 16th Air Armies, from where he exerted his influence on the actions of aviation. On November 23, in the Sovetsky area, the 4th Tank Corps of the Southwestern Front linked up with units of the 4th Mechanized Corps of the Stalingrad Front, thereby completing the encirclement of the 330,000-strong enemy group. Frontal aviation played a major role in the rapid advancement of our troops, which actively covered and supported the troops from the air. In 7 days, from November 24 to 30, the 17th, 16th and 8th Air Armies carried out 5,760 sorties, which was 5 times the number of enemy sorties during the same time. As a result of this and the losses incurred, enemy aviation activity decreased sharply. The fascist German command began to urgently transfer reserves from other sectors and from Western Europe to the Stalingrad direction. On December 12, the troops of Army Group Don went on the offensive to break through the encirclement. The enemy covered more than half the distance to the encircled group, but on the Mishkovka River he was stopped by the forces of the 51st Army and the 2nd Guards Army, which arrived from the headquarters reserve. The 8th Air Army provided them with active assistance. During the fighting on the Mishkovka River, she flew more than 750 sorties and, by striking enemy columns, helped our troops stop the enemy. In the offensive operation of the front forces to defeat the enemy's Kozhevnikov group, the 8th Air Army carried out 1,358 combat sorties from December 24 to 29/61. During the offensive of the troops of the Southwestern and 6th Army of the Voronezh Front, the 2nd and 17th Air Armies, in order to weaken the enemy's air force during the preparation period from December 3 to 15, launched a series of concentrated attacks on airfields and destroyed 140 on the ground and in the air fascist planes 62. During the operation, the intense struggle for air supremacy continued. The airfields of Morozovsky, Tatsinskaya, Starobelsk, and Vroshelovgrad were attacked, where up to 65 aircraft were destroyed. 63. Tank troops assisted the Soviet Air Force in defeating fascist aviation in this direction. On December 24, the 24th Tank Corps under the command of General V.M. Bogdanov, after a 240-kilometer raid, captured the Tatsinskaya airfield on the move. Tankers destroyed and captured a large number of German aircraft. During the operation, which ended on December 31 with the defeat of the 8th Italian Army and the left flank of Army Group Don, the 2nd and 17th Air Armies carried out 4,177 combat sorties, more than 80% of which were in the interests of the front forces. 64. At the same time, our aviation faced a completely new task: conducting an active and effective fight against enemy transport aviation, which was trying to supply its group encircled in Stalingrad by air. In the first days, the enemy used up to 600 U-52, FV-200 and other aircraft to transport cargo. Later, due to heavy losses, the enemy was forced to use Z-111 and U-88 bombers for this purpose. On November 30, 1942, A. Novikov gave the commander of the 16th Air Army, General S.I. Rudenko, an order to allocate one fighter and one attack aviation regiment specifically to combat enemy transport aircraft. The order was tasked with destroying enemy transport aircraft at landing airfields and in the air, as well as blocking from the air the most important airfields, Bolshaya Rososhka and Podzobno Kozyastvo. 65. On December 4, 1942, the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force issued an order to the commanders of the 8th and 16th Air Armies to organize the fight against enemy transport aircraft in the Stalingrad area. It indicated that the task of combating transport aviation is the most important for our aviation. Specific instructions were given to secure by orders the fighter and attack aircraft allocated for this purpose. The demarcation line and zones of action of the air armies were established, and the tasks of blocking and photographing airfields located in the encirclement were specified. At the end of the directive, it was required to immediately present distinguished pilots for a government award, to report downed and destroyed transport aircraft by telephone to the command post of the Air Force commander, and to submit detailed reports by 22.00 by telegraph. 66. A major role was played by the creation of a network of warning and guidance radio stations around the encirclement ring, as well as the use of radio equipment from aviation representatives in the troops for these purposes. For example, on the morning of December 11, following a signal from a guidance radio station, 18 fighters of the 3rd and 9th Guards Fighter Aviation Regiments, led by the commander of the 235th Fighter Division, Colonel I.D. Pajorny, took off into the air. In the area of Bolshy Cheperniki, they attacked 16 U-52 and Z-111, which were carrying cargo in the direction of Stalingrad under the cover of 4 Mi-109 fighters. As a result, 15 enemy transport aircraft were shot down. Having suffered heavy losses, the enemy switched to flying at night and in difficult weather conditions in mid-December. at the direction of the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force. Such actions were opposed by the actions of the night fighters of the Special Purpose Regiment of the 102nd Air Defense Fighter Division and the high activity of our night light bombers, which clogged all enemy airfields with their attacks. At the same time, the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force clarified the tasks of combating enemy transport aviation for the 17th Air Army and the 102nd Air Defense Fighter Aviation Division, as well as for long-range aviation formations. Communication was established and interaction was established with anti-aircraft artillery units, and the operation of the VNOS system was streamlined. At the command post of the Air Force commanders of the fronts and air armies, there was a map with zones of combat against transport aviation. It was developed and agreed upon with the front commanders based on instructions from representatives of the headquarters of the Supreme High Command. In the first zone, behind the outer front of the encirclement, the 17th Air Army and long-range aviation formations operated, and from the end of December 1942, the aviation of the 8th Air Army. Enemy airfields in Morozovsky, Tatsinskaya, Salsk, Novocherkassk and Rostov were heavily impacted by our aviation. The most typical attack was by frontline aviation on the Salsk airfield on January 9. The strike was carried out by 7 Il-2 aircraft led by Captain I.P. Bakhtin, accompanied by one squadron of Yak-1 fighters under the command of Senior Lieutenant Belisov. At the Salsk airfield, according to aerial reconnaissance, more than 300 enemy transport and combat aircraft had accumulated. The first attack by our aircraft was sudden, daring and extremely skillful. Our pilots also made the next 5 approaches very successfully, with each aircraft hitting a previously assigned target. As a result of the strike at the airfield, 72 German transport aircraft were destroyed and 3 enemy fighters were shot down in the air. Our losses amounted to 4 aircraft 67. The second zone was circular. It was located between the external and internal fronts and was divided into 5 sectors, in each of which there was one fighter division of the 16th and 8th Air Armies and the 102nd Air Defense. 2 belts of guidance radio stations were created around the encirclement area. The main ones were manned by representatives of the command of the fighter divisions. They alerted fighters to the flights of enemy transport aircraft and assisted fighter pilots in finding and destroying air targets. The third zone bordered the entire encirclement area and had a width of 16 to 20 km in the southwest and up to 30 km in the south. Here enemy transport aircraft were destroyed by anti-aircraft artillery fire. By December 20, 1942, in this zone there were 235 medium and small caliber anti-aircraft guns and 241 anti-aircraft machine guns belonging to the Combined Arms Armies and the Stalingrad Corps Air Defense Region 68. The fourth zone covered the entire encirclement area. It included the 16th and 8th Air Armies and the specially designated 102nd Air Defense Night Aviation Regiment. During the day, enemy airfields were blocked by fighters and at night by Po-2 aircraft. When the enemy switched on night light launches at airfields, our duty in the air, Po-2 light bombers immediately dropped bombs on these airfields. During the night bombing of Po-2 aircraft on November 30, 1942, 15 U-52 were disabled at airfields and landing sites December 1, 13, December 10, 31, December 11, 58. In total, during the air blockade at airfields and landing sites of the 4th zone, 250 enemy aircraft were destroyed and disabled 69. This system of air blockade of the encircled enemy group at Stalingrad, carried out by the combined forces of aviation and anti-aircraft artillery, was extremely effective. In terms of the content of the actions of our aviation, the number of forces involved and the results, this was an air operation of our Air Force, carried out by the combined efforts of 3 air armies of frontline aviation and AD formations. Her results were exceptionally high. About 1,200 enemy aircraft were destroyed at airfields and in the air, of which 80% were transport and bombers 70. The attempt of the Nazi command to supply the encircled group at Stalingrad via an air bridge failed. Every day the 6th Army received an average of 50-80 tons of cargo instead of the 300 tons promised to it 71. In total, during the counteroffensive from November 19, 1942 to February 2, 1943, the Soviet Air Force flew 35,920 sorties. Enemy aircraft carried out about 18,500 sorties. 72. Our aviation, having won operational air supremacy at the beginning of the counteroffensive, provided effective assistance to the ground forces in completing the encirclement of a large enemy group, repelling strong counterattacks of the enemy and eliminating his troops in the encirclement. Air supremacy by Soviet aviation was won in a bitter struggle. During the counteroffensive, the number of sorties to attack enemy airfields was increased compared to the defensive period and amounted to about 33% of all sorties carried out directly in the fight for air supremacy. The number of enemy aircraft destroyed increased from 23.8% during the defense period to 55.9% during the counteroffensive. 73. In air battles and at airfields, the best enemy aviation units were destroyed. A participant in the battles near Stalingrad, German General G. Dor was forced to admit that German aviation suffered the greatest losses in this operation since the air offensive on England. Not only ground forces, he wrote, but also aviation lost an entire army at Stalingrad. 74. The successful solution by the Soviet Air Force of three most important tasks: gaining operational superiority in the air, active air support for ground forces, and an air blockade of encircled Nazi troops, was possible thanks to the combined efforts of the 2nd, 8th, 16th and 17th Air Forces armies and long-range aviation under the single, centralized command of the representative of the Supreme High Command Headquarters, General A. Novikov. The skillful leadership of formations and units of the commanders of the air armies, Generals S.A. Krasovsky, S.I. Rudenko, T.T. Kryukin, K.N. Smirnov. The long-range aviation command of Generals A.E. Golovanov and N.S. Skripko, and thanks to the heroic deeds of commanders, political workers and all flight and technical personnel, for the first time during the war, interaction between the aviation forces of 4 air armies and 5 long-range aviation divisions was organized on a large scale. A new form of operational use of the Air Force was introduced into practice. An air offensive, an air blockade, was very successfully organized and carried out, and organizational issues were resolved in a completely new way, and management. In the battle for Stalingrad, our Air Force destroyed most of the best German squadrons and then brilliantly carried out an air blockade of the German armies surrounded in Stalingrad. 75. The heroic exploits of the aviators were highly appreciated by the Communist Party and the Soviet government. 9 aviation divisions were transformed into Guards divisions. 17 pilots were awarded the high title of Hero of the Soviet Union. 1,000 were awarded orders and medals. Hitler's command was forced to admit its complete defeat not only on the ground but also in the air. The German Air Force suffered heavy losses during the actions at Stalingrad. During the period from November 19, 1942 to December 31, 1942, the Germans lost about 3,000 aircraft. This number includes not only downed aircraft but also those captured by the Russians at airfields. It was lost a huge amount of ammunition as well as a lot of equipment and other property. 76. The victory won by the Soviet armed forces at Stalingrad radically changed the situation on the ground and in the air. When we remember the decisive events of the Great Patriotic War, said L.I. Brezhnev at a solemn meeting dedicated to the 20th anniversary of the victory of the Soviet people in the Great Patriotic War on May 8, 1965, the famous Battle of Stalingrad, the bloody battles of the summer and autumn of 1942. In this battle, the Red Army showed heroism and military art which have no equal in the history of wars and won a brilliant victory. This marked the beginning of a radical turning point in the entire World War. 77. In the struggle for strategic air supremacy along the entire Soviet-German front, a radical fracture was clearly identified. The Battle of Stalingrad, and especially its second period, gave a lot for the further development of the operational art of the Air Force and its organizational structure. Upon arrival in Moscow, the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force A. Novikov gave General N.A. Zharevlev specific instructions on what issues to prepare a report addressed to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief with the results and conclusions on the actions of the Air Force at Stalingrad. On February 3, 1943, the commander of the Air Force presented a final report addressed to I.V. Stalin. It outlined the basic principles of aviation operations during the period of breakthrough of enemy defenses. It was proposed that during artillery preparation, aviation should be freed from operations along the front line and aimed at destroying headquarters and communications centers to disrupt control. During an attack by ground forces, aviation efforts should be directed at destroying artillery and mortars. To operate against reserves, have at the disposal of the Air Army Commander an aviation reserve of up to 1/4 of all forces. The introduction of mobile groups, mechanized and tank corps into the breakthrough should be ensured by assault air formations and units assigned directly to the corps, which should include aviation representatives with walkie-talkies for calling and guiding aircraft. It was proposed to abandon the protection of troops on the battlefield by patrolling and resort to it in extreme cases, and consider the main method to be fighter duty at forward airfields and calling them by radio. It was concluded that the best means to combat transport aviation are fighter and attack aircraft. In order to combat transport aviation, it was proposed to allocate special formations and units, freeing them from performing other tasks. The presence of a mixed aviation regiment in each combined arms army leads to the dispersion of aviation forces, so it was proposed to eliminate these aviation regiments and in their place leave air communications squadrons on Po-2 aircraft consisting of 12 aircraft. A number of proposals were made to improve the organizational structure and create by industry a new frontline bomber aircraft instead of the existing P-2 with a limited maximum 450 km range. A bomber division with P-2 aircraft should consist of 2 regiments of 32 aircraft each instead of 3 of 20 aircraft. It was pointed out that when coordinating the actions of aviation on 2 or 3 fronts, it was not possible, due to the small radius of action, to use bombers based on one front to attack targets on a neighboring front. It is advisable to have mixed aviation corps consisting of 2 fighter and 1 attack or bomber divisions. In this case, one fighter air division could interact with an attack or bomber air division, and the second could be used to fight for air superiority. The actions of our aviation in the Battle of Stalingrad, in addition, were summarized by the Department for Studying the Experience of War and were widely covered in information collections of the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force, brought to the command and headquarters of all levels. They especially addressed the issues of air offensive as a new form of operational use of frontline aviation in offensive operations of front troops. It was noted that aviation was used for the first time to operate together with tank and mechanized corps when they developed an offensive in depth. The system used at Stalingrad for organizing interaction between aviation and ground forces was recommended for use in all air armies. Recommendations were also made for the wider use of ground-based radio stations to guide fighters to air targets. After the Battle of Stalingrad, the Soviet Army launched an offensive on other sectors of the front, from Leningrad to the Caucasus. On January 18, 1943, troops of the Leningrad and Volkhov fronts, with the active support of aviation from the 13th Air Army, commanded by General S.D. Ryabchenko, and the 14th Air Army, commanded by General I.P. Zharevlev, lifted the blockade of Leningrad. The hero city established a direct land connection with the country. The victory near Leningrad, which was besieged by fascist invaders for 16 months, created favorable conditions for the liquidation of the enemy's bridgehead in the Demyansk area. On February 15, the troops of the Northwestern Front, in cooperation with the aviation of the 6th Air Army, commanded by General F.P. Polinin, went on the offensive. The fascist German command, fearing the defeat of their semi-encircled group, took it to the eastern bank of the Lovet River. The Demyansk bridgehead, which the Nazis held for almost a year and a half, was liquidated. This is a significant contribution to our aviation. In addition to active influence on the enemy group, it carried out an air blockade, causing significant losses of enemy transport aircraft. As German historians admit, the losses of transport aviation amounted to about 265 aircraft 78. The coordination of aviation actions in this direction was carried out by General G. A. Kozhevnikov and in February by General A. A. Novikov, who on March 17, 1943 was the first in the country to be awarded the military rank of Air Marshal. In the central sector, the troops of the Kalinin and Western fronts, pursuing the enemy with the active support of aviation of the 3rd Air Army, Commander General M. M. Gromov, and the 1st Air Army, Commander General S. A. Kudryakov, March 3, 1943 they liberated Rzhev. 3 days later, Gzhatsk, and on March 12, Vyazma, and by April 1 they reached the line east of the cities of Dakhoshchina and Spasdemyansk. In the North Caucasus, offensive actions by Soviet troops with the assistance of aviation from the 4th and 5th Air Armies, commanded by Generals N.F. Naumenko and S.K. Goryanov, continued until mid-February. By this time, they had advanced 160-600 km and liberated most of the North Caucasus and the Rostov region from the invaders. At the same time, attacks were carried out on the Upper Don in the areas of Ostrogazsk, Rosach and Voronezh. By January 27, 1943, 15 fascist divisions were completely defeated and 6 divisions suffered heavy losses. Over 86,000 enemy soldiers and officers were captured. 79. At the end of January 1943, the Voronezh Front, in cooperation with the left wing of the Bryansk Front with the active assistance of frontline aviation, commander of the 2nd Air Army, General K. N. Smirnov, 15th Air Army, General I. G. Pyatkin, broke through the German defenses, fascist troops and launched an offensive in the Kursk direction with simultaneous attacks on Kastornoye. As a result of the Voronezh-Kastornensky operation, the enemy group was defeated and most of the Voronezh and Kursk regions were liberated. Continuing the offensive, the troops of the Voronezh front liberated Kursk, Belgrade, Kharkov and in early March 1943 reached the Sumy line, 30 km west of Aktyrka, Okhochi. Here our troops were stopped by large forces of Nazi troops. The situation in the Donbas and near Kharkov was unfortunate for us. Back on January 29, 1943, the troops of the Southwestern Front, with the support of aviation from the 17th Air Army, commanded by General S.A. Krasovsky, went on the offensive. During the first half of February, they liberated the northern part of Donbas and reached the Krasnoarmeyskoye region with mobile formations. Troops of the Southern Front, actively supported from the air by aviation of the 8th Air Army, Commander General T. T. Kryukin, went on the offensive on February 5, broke enemy resistance in the lower reaches of the Don and northern Donets, and by February 17, 1943 reached the Mias River. On February 19, the enemy, with large forces, launched 2 attacks from the areas northwest of Krasnograd and south of Krasnoarmeyskoye on the right wing of the Southwestern Front. As a result, the troops of the right wing of the Southwestern Front by March 1943 were forced to retreat beyond the northern Donets, where the enemy's advance was stopped. On March 4, a strong group of Nazi troops from the area southwest of Kharkov launched a counter-offensive against the troops of the Voronezh Front. Yielding to the enemy in strength, the troops of the Voronezh Front left Kharkov on March 15 and 3 days later, Belgrade. By the end of March 1943, the front troops retreated and consolidated at the Krasnonoli line north of Belgrade and further along the left bank of the northern Donets. The southern face of the so-called Kursk salient was formed, which was destined to play a big role in the subsequent actions of the Soviet armed forces. Notes 1 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 5, M. 1974 p. 25, 2 Ibid. p. 121. 3 Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945 Short Story M. 1970 p. 155 for Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up 11250 no 91 no 718 5 twice Heroes of the Soviet Union M. 1973 p. 144 6 Military Historical Journal 1974 no 2 pp. 33-34 7 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 4 p. 315 8 Great Soviet Encyclopedia 3rd edition Vol. 18 M. 1974 p. 64 Twice Heroes of the Soviet Union p. 144 9 Pravda 1942 September 28 10 Pravda 1942 July 25 11 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 132A up 2642 no 12 no 166 167 12 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up 30,809 D50 LL 46 13 IBED up 11,285 no 519 pp 2835 1415 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 5 p. 48 16 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 290 up 517,179 no 7 L 27 17 Military Historical Journal 1972 no 9 p 69 18 IBED 1974 no 5 p 55 19 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up 11,285 no 555 pp 26 20 IBED D 567 L 1 21 IBED LL 16 22 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 1 up 517,117 Building 1 L 11 23 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 319 up 826 D 37 L 36 24 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 346 up 52,133 no 3 no 147 148 25 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up 30,802 no 54 LL 1120 2628 Timothyevich IV Operational Art of the Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War M. 1976 p. 33 29 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 132A up 2642 no 41 pp 152 153 30 IBED L 139 31 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 132A up 2642 no 12 no 253 254 32 The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941 1945 Brief History p. 166 33 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up 11,285 D 516 L 113 34 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 5 p. 157 35 IBED p. 158 36 The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945 Brief History p. 108 37 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 319 up 8026 no 37 no 141 146 38 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up 11,285 no 514 pp 2837 39 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Volume 5 p. 165, 40 IBED, pp. 168, 169, 41 History of the Second World War Vol. 5 pp. 168, 169, 42-43 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F-35 Op 11519 D-270 L-1920 27-28-44 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F-35 Op 11519 D-270 L-14 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 5 p. 174-45 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 5 p. 179, 46 Zhukov G.K. Memoirs and Reflections Volume 2 M. 1974 8990 47 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 366 Op. 21852 Building 1 L. 87 48 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 368 Op. 14985 No. 2 L. 39 49 50 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 368 Op. 6476 No. 4 No. 114, 115, 51 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, Collection of Documents No. 1 p. 34, 52 Timothyevich IV, Operational Art of the Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War p. 35, 53 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 6 p. 20, 54 Zhukov G.K. Memories and Reflections Vol. 2 p. 109 No. 55 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 114. 56 Military Historical Journal 1972 No. 7 p. 33 57 Soviet Air Force 1941-1945 p. 136 58 Zhukov G.K. Memories and Reflections Vol. 2 p. 107 59 Combat Manual of the Red Army Infantry Part 1942 p. 8 60 Field Regulations of the Red Army 1942 Project M 1942 p. 12 61 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F 228 Op 505 No. 2 pp. 506 531 62 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 379 Op. 142,207 Building 1 L. 10. 63 IBED, pp. 1516. 64 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 144. 65 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 368 Op. 21,852 No. 3 L. 91. 66 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 368 Op. 21,852 No. 3 No. 91, 93, 94, T112 67 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 346 Op. 118,418 No. 10 No. 89. 68 The country's air defense troops Historical Sketch M. 1968 p. 204. 69 History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945 Vol. 3 M. 1904 p. 383. 70 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 147. 71 World War 1939 1945 per with him, M. 1957 p. 480. 72 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 151. 73 Koretsel, Soviet Air Force in the Battle of Stalingrad, M. 1959 p. 262. 74 Dorji, March on Stalingrad, per with him, M. 1957 p. 118. 75 Pravda, 1944 August 20. 76 World War 1939-1945 Collection of Articles, p. 481. 77 Brezhnev Li. Lenin Course Wall, 1, M. 1970 p. 126. 78 World War 1939-1945 p. 476. 79 The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945, Brief History, p. 228. If the struggle for strategic air supremacy in the spring and summer of 1943 during the winter campaign of 1942-43, the Soviet Air Force achieved significant success in the struggle for strategic air supremacy. Enemy aviation suffered serious losses. Over 4,300 aircraft were destroyed. 1. In the Stalingrad direction, fascist German aviation lost operational supremacy in the air. The Luftwaffe command did not want to put up with this situation and continuously increased its air force in the east. From March 15 to July 1, 1943, 13 air groups were transferred from Germany, France and Norway to strengthen the 6th and 4th Air Fleets. It hoped to regain the lost initiative on the southern flank of the front and ensure the retention of strategic air supremacy from the Barents Sea to the Black Sea. In the spring of 1943, on the Soviet-German front, excluding reserve units, there were 2,620 German aircraft, 1,710 bombers, 555 fighters and 355 reconnaissance aircraft. In addition, 335 aircraft of the Finnish, Romanian and Hungarian air forces operated here. In total, the Soviet Air Force was opposed by about 3,000 enemy combat aircraft. The Nazi command tried to make up for the lack of aircraft and flight personnel by introducing a new aircraft into service, the Focke-Wulf 192. The Henschel 129 aircraft began to be used on the battlefield as an attack aircraft. However, the new aircraft could not significantly influence the change in the balance of forces in the air, which was steadily changing in favor of the Soviet Air Force. By the spring of 1943, the Soviet Air Force had become significantly stronger. The air armies created in 1942 turned out to be the most successful form of organizing aviation operational formations of frontline aviation. By April 1943, 13 air armies operated on the fronts. By the same time, 19 aviation corps of the RHVoice had been formed, 4 fighter, 9 mixed, 3 attack and 3 bomber, which in total had more than 2,600 combat aircraft. 4. The Air Corps of the RHVoice, as a rule, were attached to the air armies of the fronts for the period of ground forces and air operations and thereby increased their aircraft fleet. If at the end of 1942, on average, the air army consisted of no more than 350-400 aircraft, then by the summer of 1943, the attached air corps increased the combat strength of the air armies by 2 and those operating in the main direction by 3 times. Long-range aviation has also increased in quantity and quality. On April 30, 1943, the State Defense Committee decided to organize 8 aviation corps instead of the existing 11 separate long-range aviation divisions. The total number of aircraft in the AD was increased to 700. The corps commanders were appointed. First, General D. P. Yakhanov. Second, General E. F. Loganov. Third, General N. A. Volkov. 4th, First Colonel S. P. Kovalev. 5th, General I.V. Georgiev 6th General G.N. Tupikov 7th General V.E. Nestertsev and 8th Air Corps General N.N. Buyansky. The command cadres of the Soviet Air Force acquired experience in managing aviation formations and units in modern warfare, preparing new strategic offensive operations in the spring of 1943. The Supreme High Command Headquarters set the Air Force the task of inflicting a decisive defeat on enemy aircraft and finally gaining strategic air supremacy. Gaining strategic air supremacy was one of the important prerequisites for achieving a radical turning point in the Great Patriotic War. To complete such a task, all the necessary conditions were available. In the spring of 1943, the Soviet Air Force of the active army consisted of more than 5,500 combat aircraft and outnumbered enemy aviation by 1.8 times 5. The command and headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force acquired extensive experience in organizing the fight against enemy aircraft, both in everyday combat operations as part of defensive and offensive operations and in conducting special air operations. The turning point in the struggle for strategic air supremacy that emerged at Stalingrad was further developed in the air battles in the Kuban in the spring-summer air operations of the Soviet Air Force and ended in the summer of 1943 near Kursk. Air battles in Kuban. The air battles in Kuban, carried out in the spring of 1943, went down in history as one of the most important stages in the struggle of the Soviet Air Force for strategic air supremacy on the entire Soviet-German front. 6. They were closely connected with the operations of the ground forces and were deployed in a unique situation that developed under the influence of military, political and physical geographical factors. The North Caucasus Front was to complete the defeat of Nazi troops in the Caucasus and liberate the Taman Peninsula. In turn, the fascist German command set as its goal, at all costs, to retain its occupied positions and liquidate the bridgehead southwest of Novorossiysk, where on February 4, 1943, a landing force of sailors under the command of Major T.S. landed in the area of the fishing village of Stanikka, L. Konikova. The paratroopers, subsequently reinforced by troops of the 18th Army, with the active support of aviation from the North Caucasus Front and the Black Sea Fleet, firmly held the bridgehead they occupied. The 17th German Army, consisting of 16 divisions, defended itself in the lower reaches of the Kuban and on the Taman Peninsula. It occupied a line east of Krimskaya, the basis of which was made up of strongholds and resistance centers located in populated areas and at heights. The most important node of the enemy's defense was the village of Krimskaya, since the main communication routes to Novorossiysk, Anapa, Taman and Temryuk passed through it. The German High Command reinforced the 17th Army with 2 German infantry and 1 Romanian cavalry divisions. The troops of the North Caucasus Front were 1.5 times superior to the enemy in infantry, tanks and slightly less in artillery. Feeling a shortage of troops, the enemy hoped, with the help of aviation, to disrupt the impending offensive of the Soviet troops and destroy our landing group on Miskhako. For this purpose, in mid-April, up to 1,000 combat aircraft of the 4th Air Fleet, 510 bombers, 250 fighters, 60 reconnaissance aircraft and 170 transport aircraft were concentrated at the airfields of Crimea and Taman 7. In addition, the enemy attracted up to 200 bombers based in the Donbas and southern Ukraine to attack the troops of the North Caucasus Front. The enemy's aviation group in this direction included the best units in the German Air Force, the Udet Fighter Squadron and the 5th Emlders Fighter Squadron, staffed by experienced flight personnel and new Mi-109 and FV-190 aircraft. Until April 23, 1943, the Air Force of the North Caucasus Front included the 4th Air Army, which had 250 aircraft, commanded by General N.F. Shumko, and the 5th Air Army, which had 200 aircraft, commanded by General S.K. Goryanov. In addition, in the interests of the troops of the North Caucasus Front, 70 aircraft from the Black Sea Fleet Air Force, commanded by General V.V. Kozhevnikov, and one long-range aviation division of 60 aircraft were involved. 8. The Air Force of the North Caucasus Front was headed by General K.A. Vershinan. 9. The previously launched offensive by the troops of the North Caucasus Front resumed on April 4. The plan of the operation was to bypass Crimean from the north and south, take possession of it and, developing the offensive of the troops of the right wing and center on Vernikovskaya and the left on Verkhnbakhyansky and upper in parts to defeat the main enemy group on the Taman Peninsula. Throughout April there were fierce battles in the Krimskaya and Miskhako regions. At the direction of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief on April 18, 1943, representatives of headquarters arrived in Taman. Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov and Air Marshal A. Novikov. I was instructed Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov writes in his memoirs to fly to the North Caucasus Front on April 18. The troops of this front fought intense battles with the aim of eliminating the Taman enemy group, the main core of which was the well-equipped 17th Army of German troops. For the Soviet command, the elimination of the enemy on the Taman Peninsula was of great importance. In addition to the defeat of a large enemy group, 14-16 divisions, approximately 180-200,000 people, operated in this area. As a result of this operation, we liberated Novorossiysk. Here, on a small bridgehead, a heroic detachment of soldiers of the 18th Army and sailors of the Black Sea Fleet fought since the first half of February. We arrived in the 18th Army of General K.N. Leselets together with the People's Commissar of the Navy N.G. Kuznetsov, Air Force Commander A.A. Novikov and General Staff Employee General S.M. Shchmenko. 10. The operational group of the Air Force Commander included Colonels N.F. Andrionov A.N. Maltsev and Lieutenant Colonel M.N. Kozhevnikov. The small task force consisted of several general staff officers. At the beginning of April, the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force developed measures to concentrate aviation formations of the reserve of the Supreme High Command headquarters in the southern direction. By April 20, the 2nd Bomber Aviation Corps Commander General V.A. Ashakov, the 3rd Fighter Aviation Corps Commander General E.A. Savitsky, and the 2nd Mixed Aviation Corps arrived from the headquarters reserved to the Air Force of the North Caucasus Front. Aviation Corps Commander General I.T. Eremenko and the 282nd Fighter Aviation Division Commander Colonel S.E. Danilov. 11. From long-range aviation, the 50th Aviation Division Commander Colonel S.S. Lebedev was based here. In April, another 62nd Air Division arrived, Commander Colonel G.N. Tupikov. The attracted long-range aviation forces were headed by General N.S. Skripko. Taking into account the arriving aviation formations and the aviation of the Black Sea Fleet, our aviation group began to consist of 900 combat aircraft, of which 800 aircraft were in frontline aviation, 270 fighters, 170 attack aircraft, 165 day bombers and 195 night bombers. 12. Thus, taking into account the aircraft attracted from the air forces of neighboring fronts, an approximately equal balance of forces in the air was created. General management and coordination of aviation actions was carried out by Air Marshal A.A. Novikov. 13. The combat effectiveness of our aviation was very high. The Air Force of the North Caucasus Front had many well-trained aviation formations and units. In bomber aviation, the share of new types of aircraft was 65%. Fighter aviation was almost completely armed with the new Yak-1, Yak-76 and La-5 aircraft. Only 11% were American and English-made aircraft, B-20 and B-3 bombers, Airacobra and Spitfire fighters. In the balance of forces, we had an advantage in fighters. The enemy was superior to us in bomber aircraft and had better basing and a larger number of airfields for maneuver. The Air Force in the North Caucasus direction was tasked with gaining air supremacy, reliably covering ground forces, facilitating the offensive of the 56th Army and the stubborn defense of our airborne units southwest of Novorossiysk. Based on the rich combat experience in the use of aviation at Stalingrad, an air offensive plan was developed here for the first time in full, signed by the commander of the North Caucasus Front, General I. Maslenikov, a member of the Military Council of the Front, General A. Fominik, and the commander of the Front Air Force, General K. A. Vershinin. On April 20, 1943, the plan for an air offensive of the Air Force of the North Caucasus Front with the attached reserve aviation of headquarters to defeat the enemy group on the Taman Peninsula was approved by Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov and Air Marshal A. Novikov. The plan included gaining air supremacy, use bomber and assault strikes to destroy enemy personnel and artillery, facilitating the stubborn defense of our landing units southwest of Novorossiysk and the offensive of the 56th Army. Conduct aerial reconnaissance in the interests of the troops and aviation of the front. To carry out the assigned tasks, the following were involved. From the SKF Air Force, 733 aircraft. From the Black Sea Fleet Air Force, 79. From the Southern Front Air Force, 36. From Long Range Aviation, 200 aircraft, and a total of 1048 aircraft, 508 bombers, 170 attack aircraft, 370 fighters. In addition, part of the aviation forces of the Southwestern Front 14. If the enemy showed special activity on the ground and in the air against an airborne group of troops in the area southwest of Novorossiysk, all aviation was redirected to help it. During the preparation and conduct of the operation, the command paid a lot of attention to the organization and implementation of interaction between types and branches of aviation and with ground forces. The interaction of frontline aviation with the Black Sea Fleet Air Force was envisaged to be carried out by distributing areas and operating times, as well as transferring part of the fighter forces of the 5th Air Army to the operational subordination of the commander of the Black Sea Fleet Air Force. To control all aviation over the battlefield in the area of the village of Abinskaya, together with the forward command post of the front, an auxiliary control point AC of the Front Air Force was deployed. The air forces of the 4th and 5th Air Armies were deployed and advanced to the front line. Aviation representatives were assigned to rifle divisions. To control fighters over the battlefield near the front line, 5 radio stations were deployed, of which 3 were located in the 56th Army Zone, including one the main control radio station 15. At the main radio control station during the air battles were A. Novikov, K. A. Vershinin, the commander of the 216th Fighter Aviation Division, General A. V. Bormann, responsible for guiding fighters, and a group of officers of the 4th Air Army. The first air battle began on April 17, when the enemy tried to eliminate the landing units on the bridgehead in the Miskhako area. At 6:30 am, after strong artillery and air preparation, the enemy went on the offensive. The enemy attacked the troops of the 18th Army, defending on a bridgehead with a total area of 30 km to 450 bombers and about 200 fighters. On the Soviet side, 500 aircraft, including 100 bombers, were involved to counter the enemy offensive in the Miskhako area. On that day, German bombers flew more than 1,000 sorties into the Miskhako area. Soviet fighters actively opposed them. 16. On April 20, the enemy again launched a powerful offensive against the defenders of the small land. Approximately 30 minutes before the start of the enemy's offensive, front aviation launched an effective strike against his troops who were preparing to attack with a force of 60 bombers and 30 fighters. After a short period of time, a repeated strike by a group of 100 aircraft practically disrupted the offensive of the enemy troops. On this occasion, the commander of the 18th Army, General K. N. Leselets, wrote, "Massive strikes by our aviation against the enemy, who was trying to destroy the landing units in the Miskhako area, thwarted his plans. The personnel of the landing group gained confidence in their abilities." 17. The high morale of the defenders of the small land, their steadfastness and courage were continuously maintained thanks to the great party political work carried out by the political department of the 18th Army, headed by Colonel Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev. In the following days, the power of our airstrikes against the enemy continuously increased due to the deployment of the forces of the arriving Air Corps of the RVGK. The enemy sent large forces of fighters against our bombers and attack aircraft, continuing to bombard the defenders of the small land. Fierce air battles continued in the air. On April 20, Soviet fighters shot down 50 German aircraft. The fascist German squadrons, having lost 182 aircraft in the air during 8 days of fighting, from April 17 to 24, 152 shot down by fighters and 30 by anti-aircraft artillery, were forced to give way to our aviation on the battlefield. 18. There was a turning point in the air situation. The activity of fascist German aviation decreased noticeably. The Nazis were forced to stop the offensive launched on April 17 and retreat to their original position, and German aviation switched to defensive actions. Our aviation played an important role in repelling all enemy attacks on Minsk, wrote Marshal of the Soviet Union A. Greco in his memoirs. With its massive actions, it constrained the enemy's offensive and forced enemy aviation to reduce its activity. The command of the 17th Army was to report to the headquarters of Army Group A. Today's Russian air offensive from the landing area in Novorossiysk and the strong attacks of the Russian air fleet on airfields showed how great the capabilities of Russian aviation are. The first air battles in the Novorossiysk direction were won by our aviation. 19. Our pilots showed great courage and heroism. On April 21, Pilot N.V. Reiklin of the 805th Attack Aviation Regiment attacked ground targets in an Il-2 aircraft. At this time, 4 German fighters rushed at him. In the unequal air battle that ensued over the battlefield, Pilot N.V. Reiklin and Air Gunner I.S. Ifremov shot down 2 enemy fighters. The Il-2 plane had many holes, but the pilot managed to bring the wounded plane to his territory and land safely at a field airfield near the front line. The entire course of the battle was visible from the forward command post by Air Marshal A. Novikov. Right at the forward point where the pilot and air gunner were delivered, an order was signed to award Junior Lieutenant N.V. Reiklin an extraordinary military rank, Senior Lieutenant, and Senior Sergeant I.S. Ifremov, Junior Lieutenant 20. In those days, the glory of the outstanding masters of air combat A.I. Pokrishkin, brothers D.B. Glinka and B.B. Glinka, V.I. Fadiev, V.G. Semenishin, G.A. Rekkalov and others thundered over the Kuban. After the enemy's offensive in the Novorossiysk area was disrupted, the aviation of the North Caucasus Front was redirected to assist the troops of the 56th Army in the offensive in the area of the Krimskaya village. At the same time, the Soviet Air Force, at the direction of the headquarters, from April 17 to 29 carried out systematic attacks on enemy airfields in Taman, Crimea and southern Ukraine. These actions resulted in an air operation. It pursued the goal of weakening enemy aircraft on the southern sector of the Soviet-German front and thereby facilitating the conquest of air supremacy. In addition to the 4th Air Army, units of the 8th Air Army of the Southern Front, the 17th Air Army of the Southwestern Front, the Black Sea Fleet Air Force and long-range aviation took part in the operation. The airfields of Sochi, Srabyuza, Kirk, Taman, and Anapa were subjected to massive attacks. Long-range aviation alone destroyed 170 aircraft at the airfields of Sochi and Srabyuza. In total, Soviet pilots disabled 260 aircraft at enemy airfields from April 17 to April 29-21. After fierce fighting on the small land, there was some calm on the entire North Caucasus front until April 29. On that day, the troops of the 56th Army at 7:40 am, after artillery preparation with active aviation support, resumed the offensive in order to cut through and then destroy the enemy group on Taman with a strike on Krimskaya and Anapa. The offensive of the 56th Army was preceded by air preparation, which later developed into air support. During the first 3 hours alone, 144 of our bombers, 82 attack aircraft and 265 fighters operated over the battlefield. Enemy aircraft tried to disrupt the offensive of the 56th Army with bomber strikes. There were battles in the air that lasted for hours. On this day, 42 group air battles took place, in which Soviet fighters shot down 75 enemy aircraft. During the day, our aviation carried out 1,268 sorties. 22. The troops of the 56th Army, advancing north and south of the Crimean Army, created a threat of encirclement of the enemy's Crimean group and forced it to withdraw its troops from this area. On May 4, the village of Krimsky was liberated. The further offensive of the 56th Army was suspended due to lack of capabilities. The fighting on the ground gradually subsided, and the fight in the air during this period broke out with new incredible force. On a relatively narrow section of the front, 25-30 km up to 40 group air battles took place per day, in each of which 50-80 aircraft took part on both sides. The tension in the air battle continued. In total, from April 29 to May 10, the 4th Air Army of the Black Sea Fleet Air Force and long-range aviation carried out about 10,000 sorties, of which about 50% were against enemy troops and equipment on the battlefield. During this period, 368 enemy aircraft were destroyed, i.e. more than 1/3 of its original group. Aviation losses of the North Caucasus Front amounted to 70 aircraft. 23. After the liberation of the Crimean village, the troops of the North Caucasus Front began to prepare for a new offensive operation with the goal of breaking through the enemy's blue line, defeating the 17th German Army and liberating the entire Taman Peninsula. On the morning of May 26, after powerful artillery and air preparation, the troops of the 56th and 37th Armies went on the offensive in the direction between the villages of Kievskoye and Moldovanskoye. Aviation preparation was carried out in one massive strike with 338 aircraft, 84 bombers, 104 attack aircraft and 150 fighters. 24. The enemy resisted fiercely, especially in the air, concentrating for actions against the troops of the North Caucasus Front by attracting bombers from Ukraine up to 1,400 aircraft within a radius of up to 500 km from Krasnodar. 25, i.e. a distance that allowed flight to the Kiev and Moldovan. In the first 3 hours of the offensive, enemy aircraft carried out more than 1,500 sorties. He managed to temporarily seize the initiative in the air and in the afternoon inflict a strong blow on the troops with approximately 600 aircraft. 26. A major battle broke out in the air again. Our fighter pilots heroically fought against enemy aircraft. The command of the 4th Air Army took measures to increase the efficiency of fighter aircraft. Enemy bombers began to be intercepted by fighters at distant approaches, and the free hunt method began to be used more widely. The number of attacks on enemy airfields at night was increased. From May 26 to June 7, 845 sorties were carried out against enemy airfields. The measures taken allowed our aviation to regain the initiative in the air in a relatively short time. In early June, there was a decline in enemy aviation activity. Soviet fighters once again became masters of the Cuban sky. The third major air battle in Cuban was again won by our aviation. Until June 7, stubborn fighting continued on the ground and in the air. However, the troops of the North Caucasus Front were unable to break through the enemy's defenses to the full depth and, at the direction of the Supreme Command Headquarters, stopped offensive operations. Air battles in Cuban lasted for more than 2 months. During the period of active operations of the ground forces, they resulted in 3 major air battles. In terms of the number of air battles and the aircraft participating in them on a narrow section of the front, they were the first such large ones in the entire war. During the air battles, our aviation carried out about 35,000 sorties, of which 77% were frontline, 9% were long-range aviation and 14% aviation of the Black Sea Fleet. The enemy lost 1,100 aircraft, including more than 800 aircraft destroyed in the air. 27. Air battles and battles conducted in Cuban showed the increased skill of flight personnel and air commanders. Here the following were widely used: vertical maneuver, separation of combat formations in height, bringing reserves into battle, and controlling group air combat from ground control points. A system for warning and targeting fighters at the enemy was clearly organized, and the build-up of air forces during an air battle was widely used. Fighters often used the free hunt method and blockade of airfields. The bombers were intercepted by strong maneuverable groups of fighters at the distant approaches to the front line. Equipping fighters with radio stations made it possible to abandon dense, close combat formations. If earlier the commander could control his unit in the air only by the evolutions of the aircraft or by showing a personal example, which required visual communication, then in the Battle of Stalingrad and especially here in the Kuban he controlled only by radio. Thanks to this, the fighters were able to echelon battle formations in height and front, which was called the Kuban whatnot. In the battles in Kuban, Soviet pilots demonstrated courage, ingenuity, and exceptional devotion to their people, their native Communist Party. 52 pilots were awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. The names of those who distinguished themselves in air battles in the Kuban are A. Pokrishkin, who shot down 20 enemy aircraft over the Kuban, G. Golyubov A. F. Klubov N. F. Smirnov V. G. Semenishin V. I. Fadiev B.B. Glinka D.B. Glinka G.A. Rekhalov and many others became a glorious page in the history of the Soviet Air Force. The victory in Kuban was a new important stage on the path of Soviet aviation gaining strategic air supremacy along the entire front of the armed struggle. The outcome of the air battles in Kuban changed the further course of the struggle for strategic air supremacy in favor of the Soviet Air Force. At a meeting of commanders of aviation divisions, corps and leadership of the 4th Air Army of the North Caucasus Front on May 11, 1943 in the village of Pashkovskaya, near Krasnodar, Air Marshal A. Novikov gave a positive assessment of the actions of our aviation in the Mayakhako area and in the sector offensive of the 56th Army. At the same time, he dwelled on three most important issues in the theory and practice of aviation operations arising from the experience of the battles at Stalingrad and here in the Kuban: air supremacy, on the air offensive, and on the organization of aviation control using radio means. His speech defined operational air supremacy and air offensive, summing up the results of two air battles over Kuban, conducted from April 17 to May 10. Novikov pointed out that the 4th Air Army has all the conditions to retain the operational supremacy in the air and in the Kuban, further successfully carry out a powerful air offensive in the interests of the front forces. It was noted that the struggle for air supremacy is the most important task of frontline aviation, the successful solution of which deprives enemy bombers of the opportunity to launch targeted bombing strikes on the combat formations of our troops and ensures that our bombers and attack aircraft complete combat missions. At the same time, fighter aircraft will be able to more freely destroy enemy bombers and force them to drop bomb loads on the battle formations of their troops. It was once again confirmed that the concept of an air offensive includes the entire range of combat missions performed by the Air Army in an offensive operation of front forces. Particular attention was paid to the organization and implementation of aviation control by responsible aviation commanders using radio stations for guidance at forward control posts near the front line, where active ground forces operations are underway, where they deliver the main blow. 28. Novikov's speech at the meeting of commanders was subsequently published in the information collection of the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force and brought to the attention of the leadership of all air armies. Aviation operations in the Kuban demonstrated increased skill in controlling formations and units on the part of the Air Force Command, commanders and commanders of aviation formations and units. Air operations of the Soviet Air Force to defeat enemy air groups in the summer of 1943. By the summer of 1943, the center of gravity of the struggle for strategic air supremacy had moved to the central section of the Soviet-German front. The Supreme Command headquarters, preparing the country's armed forces for the summer-autumn battles, attached exceptional importance to completing the struggle for strategic air supremacy and disorganizing the concentration of Nazi troops in the Kursk direction. Favorable conditions were created for conducting large-scale air operations of the Air Force on a wide front. The air operation of the Air Force as a set of simultaneous or sequential massive strikes and air battles carried out according to a single concept and plan led to a serious weakening of the opposing enemy aviation groups and an improvement in the air situation. The headquarters decided to conduct two large air operations in May and June 1943 with the aim of defeating the main enemy air groups. At the same time, it was decided to fight enemy rail and road transport in the central sector of the front. The decision to conduct the first air operation by headquarters was made in early May. On May 4, 1943, on behalf of the Supreme Command Headquarters, the Chief of the General Staff M. Vasilevsky issued directives to the military councils of the Western, Bryansk, Central, Voronezh, Southwestern and Southern fronts to destroy enemy aircraft at airfields and in the air, to disrupt railway transportation and disruption of traffic on highways and dirt roads. The plan provided for simultaneous surprise attacks on airfields on a wide 1,200 km front from Smolensk to the coast of the Sea of Azov to fetter the actions of fascist German aviation and defeat its groups in the areas of Sesha, Bryansk, Orel, Kharkov and Stalin. The time of the first massive attack on airfields for the 1st, 15th, 16th, 2nd, 17th and 8th Air Armies was determined from 4:30 am to 5:00 am, with subsequent impact on them for 3 days. After a 2-day break, enemy airfields were again to be attacked by the Soviet Air Force, also within 3 days. Actions on railway facilities on highways and dirt roads were planned to be carried out for 10 days. 29. Aerial reconnaissance played an important role in the air operation. It was entrusted with establishing the location of aircraft at airfields, the location of air defense systems, ammunition and fuel depots, as well as identifying the most hidden directions of approach and access to airfields for our attack aircraft and bombers. Since the beginning of May, the main enemy airfields were controlled by aerial reconnaissance 3 times a day, in the morning, during the day and at evening twilight, without violating the established reconnaissance regime. As a result of long-term observation, it was possible to determine all the aircraft parking areas, the location of air defense systems and the time when all enemy aircraft and flight personnel were at most airfields. The Air Force Command and Headquarters took an active part in the development of the air operation plan at the General Staff. The Air Force Commander, in a directive dated May 3, 1943, gave the commanders of the air armies of the front specific instructions on how to carry out assigned tasks. The directive stated, in pursuance of the order of the headquarters, it is necessary to simultaneously attack all the main airfields of enemy aviation where a concentration of aircraft has been established. The bulk of enemy aviation must be suppressed on the very first day. Therefore, on the same day, enemy airfields must be subjected to repeated attacks, and at night they must be attacked night bombers. In the next 2 days, without reducing tenacity and perseverance, continue to defeat enemy aircraft both at the main airfields and at those newly discovered by air reconnaissance. Attack airfields in large groups, separating from their composition the necessary number of air assets to suppress anti-aircraft fire. Enemy defense 30. In accordance with the directives of the headquarters of the Supreme High Command and the Commander of the Air Force of the Soviet Army, the air armies were to operate. 1st Air Army at 6 airfields, 15th at 2, 16th at 5, 2nd at 8, 17th at I at 2 and the 8th Air Army at 3 airfields. To carry out all these tasks, the air armies were assigned the following number of sorties for 10 days. 1st Air Army, 2800, 15th 650, 16th 1050, 2nd 1900, 17th 2380, 1600, total 10,331. The secrecy and thoroughness of the preparation of the air operation ensured complete surprise and high efficiency of the first massive strike. It involved 434 aircraft, which simultaneously attacked 17 enemy airfields. Taken by surprise, the enemy was unable to provide organized resistance and lost 194 aircraft at airfields and 21 in air battles. Soviet aviation lost 21 aircraft, 32 on average. For every enemy aircraft destroyed, there were 2 of our sorties. A second strike was carried out on May 6 at 15:00 by 372 aircraft at 20 airfields. In the second strike, the enemy put up serious resistance. He kept all air defense systems in full readiness. Fighters patrolled the air, and anti-aircraft artillery laid barrage fire in the area of the airfield. The Soviet command foresaw this. Additional forces and means were allocated to combat enemy air defense systems and block airfields where fighters were based. Having overcome fierce opposition, Soviet pilots destroyed and damaged 134 aircraft at airfields and shot down 24 German fighters in the air, losing 46 of their aircraft. The third massive strike, carried out on the morning of May 7, involved 405 Soviet aircraft, which attacked 22 airfields and disabled 122 enemy aircraft, including 29 in air combat. Our losses amounted to 46 aircraft. The command and headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force continuously monitored the progress of the air armies in carrying out their missions in the operation. On May 8, 1943, the Air Force commander issued a directive stating, "Our attack on enemy airfields on May 6, 1943 was successful due to surprise." On May 7, 1943, the situation became different. The enemy's fighter aircraft became very on high alert, close to the front line. In such a situation, it's only good to act reconnaissance airfields, increase the number of fighters to cover strike groups. Groups of attack aircraft must be constantly strong so that they can strike not only aircraft at airfields but also reliably suppress air defense systems. The basis of raid tactics must now be based on strength and cunning, since one can no longer count on suddenness of action. 33. On May 8, the Soviet Air Force launched a fourth strike with 181 aircraft. However, this blow was the most ineffective. Our aviation destroyed only 6 enemy aircraft. The initial surprise was lost, and the Supreme Command Headquarters ordered a temporary halt to attacks on airfields. 34. On May 13, 1943, the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force reported to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief the following updated final data on the actions of our aviation in the air operation for May 6, 7 and 8, 1943. In 3 days, our Air Force carried out 1,392 sorties, destroyed 373 aircraft at enemy airfields, damaged 51, shot down 67 in air battles, and shot down 10. As a result, the enemy lost 501 aircraft. These data are based on the testimony of pilots, information from partisans and photographs. Our losses amounted to 122 aircraft, of which 21 aircraft were shot down in air battles, 8 aircraft were shot down by enemy anti-aircraft artillery, 93 aircraft did not return from a combat mission. 35. The report stated that the study of materials based on the results of the actions of the Soviet Air Force shows the high effectiveness of delivering a simultaneous massive strike on enemy airfields located on a wide front. In the first massive strike, 2 sorties were spent for each enemy aircraft destroyed. In the second, 2.4. In the third, 3.2. And in the fourth strike, 30.2. The ego speaks of increasing opposition from the enemy. In the first massive strike, there were 21.7 sorties per lost Soviet aircraft. In the second, 8.1, and in the third, 8.4. The fourth blow, delivered on May 8, turned out to be completely ineffective. 36. Therefore, the correct conclusion was drawn that simultaneous surprise attacks on enemy airfields by a large number of our aircraft were the most appropriate. The report provided an analysis of the reasons for the decrease in the effectiveness of repeated strikes associated with the increase in the combat readiness of enemy aircraft, especially fighter aircraft, as well as the relocation of enemy aircraft aircraft to alternate airfields, the attack on which without preliminary search and reconnaissance was very difficult. Therefore, when operating against enemy airfields with the aim of destroying his aircraft, it was proposed to continue to carry out the first simultaneous surprise strikes with large forces of our aircraft. The results achieved in the air operation ensured an improvement in the air situation for the Soviet armed forces in the central and southern sectors of the front. However, the forces of fascist German aviation were not broken. She supported her troops, carried out raids on important railway junctions, industrial centers of the country and our airfields. By decision of the Supreme High Command Headquarters on June 18, 1943, the Soviet Air Force, in accordance with the developed plan, carried out another very large air operation to defeat enemy aircraft at airfields. Its goal was to defeat bomber aircraft carrying out night raids on important industrial areas of our country. Gorky, Saratov, Yaroslavl. The forces of the 1st, 15th and 2nd Air Armies and long-range aviation formations were involved in participation. Initially 15 and then 13 more airfields were hit. Particular attention was paid to the destruction of aircraft at the airfields of Sesha, Bryansk, Karachev, Orel, Volsofyevo, Kharkov, Stalin, Zaporizhzhia, where aerial reconnaissance discovered the largest concentration of enemy bombers. The planning and preparation of this air operation had its own characteristics. The command and headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force had information that the fascist German command took into account its shortcomings in air defense during our attacks on airfields in May and significantly strengthened the cover of the airfields. Therefore, the directives of the Air Force commander indicated to the commanders of the air armies to allocate large forces to the support echelon to suppress anti-aircraft weapons. The fighters were tasked with pinning down enemy fighters in the air and blocking advanced airfields. Up to 160 aircraft took part in attacks on individual airfields, half of which were cover fighters. As a result of massive strikes by frontline and long-range aviation, 141 enemy aircraft were destroyed and damaged on June 8, 92 aircraft on June 9, and 16 German aircraft on June 10. In total, during the air operation, fascist German aviation lost 168 aircraft at airfields and 81 in air battles 37. During all three air operations carried out in the spring and early summer of 1943, the Soviet Air Force destroyed a total of more than 1,000 aircraft, which significantly accelerated the conquest of strategic air supremacy by our aviation in the summer of 1943. In May-June, the fascist German Air Force launched a series of retaliatory attacks on our airfields. About 380 raids were carried out on Soviet aviation airfields, in which more than 1,200 aircraft took part. However, due to the dispersal and careful camouflage of aircraft in parking lots, the creation of false airfields and strong air defense, their effectiveness was low. This is what I reported on July 22. 1943 Air Force Commander to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief on this issue. As one of the air defense measures for airfields, we use false airfields with great success. For example, on the false airfields of the 8th Air Army of the Southern Front over the past month and a half, enemy aircraft dropped 2,214 bombs weighing 46,755 kg, and during this time 61 bombs weighing 2,750 kg were dropped on actual airfields. The report further stated that the enemy is striking at those false airfields where there are good mock-ups that do not differ in photographs from actual aircraft. In this regard, a request was put forward to give instructions to the People's Commissar of the aviation industry on the production of 100 models of P-2 aircraft, 300 models of Il-2 aircraft and 500 models of fighters 38. Thus, the air operations carried out to defeat enemy air groups were distinguished by their large scope, decisiveness of objectives and high efficiency. They were carried out during periods of relative calm at the front when the ground forces were preparing for the upcoming battles. Consequently, the aviation of the air armies was not used to support the troops of the fronts and armies. This made it possible to concentrate the Air Force's efforts on performing independent tasks. Nevertheless, air operations were carried out primarily in the interests of the upcoming strategic offensive operations of front groups. When conducting air operations, the simultaneous suppression of enemy aviation on a wide front and at great depth, close interaction between the air armies of front-line aviation and long-range aviation formations was achieved. During the operation, the enemy was deprived of the opportunity to maneuver with aircraft, concentrate his efforts on the directions of the main attack of our Air Force and carry out retaliatory strikes on a wide front. All this enabled the command and staff of the Soviet Army Air Force to draw the correct conclusion that air operations were an effective form of struggle for strategic air supremacy. As a result of the fierce struggle for strategic air supremacy in the spring and early summer of 1943, the power of Nazi aviation was undermined. On the Soviet-German front from April to June 1943, it lost about 3.7 thousand aircraft, 39. The enemy was already losing strategic initiative in the air, but tried with all his might to retain it. The fight began with renewed vigor at the beginning of July 1943, when the Nazis went on the offensive in the Kursk direction. Actions of the Soviet Air Force to disrupt railway transportation and disrupting enemy traffic. The fight against the enemy's railway transportation and the disorganization of his automobile traffic on highways and dirt roads was the most important task of the Soviet Air Force. It acquired especially great importance during the preparation for the decisive summer battles of 1943. The Order of the People's Commissar of Defense IV. Stalin dated May 4, 1943 stated, strikes on trains and attacks on convoys should be considered the most important tasks of our Air Force 40. To carry out these tasks, the air armies of 7 fronts and long-range aviation were involved. By the directive of the Supreme Command Headquarters of May 4, the air armies of the fronts were tasked with disrupting railway transportation and disorganizing road traffic in the following areas. Air Army Railroad Transportation, 3rd column in front on the line. Sebis, Novosokolniki, Polotsk, Naval, Vitebsk, Naval east of the line. Pastoshka, Naval, Gorodok 1st Western Front east of the line. Vitebsk, Mstislav, Pachep east of the line. Smolensk, Roslav, Bryansk 15th Bryansk Front from Bryansk to Oryol and further to the front line east of the line. Karachev, Dmitrovsk, Orlovsky 16th Central Front from Ania to Hut. Mikhailovsky and from Konotop to Oresby east of the line. Trubachevsk, Konotop 2nd Voronezh Front from Poltava to Kharkov east of the line. Belopol, Aktierka, November. Vodologa 17th of the Southwestern Front on the lines. Novomoskovsk, Mrefa, Krasnograd, Slavyansk, Pavlograd, Mrefa east of the line. Krasnograd, Krasnormoskoye 8th of the Southern Front on the lines. Chaplino, Krasnormoskoye, Gorlovka, Debaltsevo. North of the lines Gorlovka, Debaltsevo, Mariupol, Stalino, Gorlovka, Taganrog east of the line. Krasnormosko, Mariupol. The targets of front-line aviation were steam locomotives, trains and cars. To destroy them from each air army, by order of the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force, 1 attack and 1 fighter aviation regiment was allocated, which, operating in small groups in a free hunt manner, effectively hit the given targets. A permanent group of hunters was assigned to each railway direction. Thanks to this, the pilots in a short time were able to study the movement of enemy trains, the terrain, air defense on each section of the road and successfully combat enemy traffic. To this end, the pilots of the 16th and 2nd Air Armies alone flew about 2,000 sorties and destroyed 6 railway trains, up to 260 freight cars, 7 steam locomotives and more than 120 vehicles. 41. Long-range aviation acted systematically to disrupt enemy railway transportation in the spring of 1943. In March, in accordance with the instructions of the Supreme High Command Headquarters, it conducted a special air operation with the aim of disrupting enemy transportation in the deep rear. Subsequently, for 3 months, attacks were carried out on railway junctions and stations and trains on haul routes. The depth of long-range aviation operations reached 450-600 km, and the width of the strip in which strikes were carried out was 350-400 km. During this period, the railway junctions were subjected to intense night raids. Bryansk, 2,852 sorties, Orel, 2,325, Gomel, 1,641, Ania, 762. Smolensk, 523, Orsha, 483, Vyazma, -427, Novosibirsk, 400 sorties. Individual railway junctions were hit repeatedly. For example, the Bryansk railway junction was hit 11 times in April, 7 times in May and 4 times in June. Orel, 19, 1 and 2 times respectively. Gomel, 3, 4 and 1 time. Ania, 3, 1 and 2 times. In total, long-range aviation carried out 9,400 sorties in April, May and June, 1,943-42. The effectiveness of aviation operations was high. On March 6, 1943, aviation, together with partisans, disabled the Ania-Bryansk railway section for several days, and in April, the Roslavl-Bryansk section of the railway. On March 7, as a result of an attack on the Gomel railway junction, 17 tanks with fuel and 24 wagons with food were burned, and 28 wagons with ammunition were blown up. 43. As a result of the joint actions of frontline and long-range aviation, significant losses were inflicted on the enemy and his communications were systematically disrupted. At the same time, long-range aviation attacked military, industrial and administrative centers deep behind enemy lines. In April, the city of Königsberg was subjected to airstrikes 5 times, Danzig 2 times, Insterburg 1 time and Tilsit 3 times. In total, this month long-range aviation carried out 920 sorties in these cities and dropped about 700 tons of bombs. 44. On the night of April 29, a 5-ton bomb, Fab 5000, was dropped on Königsberg targets for the first time. Long-range airstrikes on industrial and administrative centers deep behind enemy lines, although they did not cause significant material damage, forced the Nazi command to keep air defense forces and means on alert and had a certain moral impact on the enemy. The actions of the Soviet Air Force to disrupt railway transportation and disorganize road traffic slowed down the concentration of enemy troops in the Kursk direction, hampered maneuver and ultimately influenced the postponement of the enemy's offensive from June to July 1943. Notes 1. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 6 p. 160. 2 multi-role fighter with a maximum flight speed at an altitude of 6,000 m over 600 km/h. Armament 4 cannons and 2 machine guns. 3 2-engine single-seat aircraft with powerful cannon and machine gun armament. 4 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 7 m. 1976 p. 101. 5 Timothyevich IV. Operational Art of the Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War. M. 1976 p. 41. 6 According to the dates, air battles were carried out on April 17, 24, April 29, May 10 and May 26, June 7. 7 Greco-A Battle for the Caucasus. M. 1973 p. 362. 8 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War 1941-1945 p. 155. 9 On April 24, 1943, the administration of the 5th Air Army, at the direction of the Supreme High Command Headquarters, transferred its aviation formations to the 4th Air Army and departed for Kursk at the disposal of the command of the Steppe District Front. General K.A. Vershinin took command of the 4th Air Army. The headquarters of the Air Force of the Syro-Caucasian Front was disbanded. 10 Zhukovsky, K. Memoirs and Reflections Vol. 2. M 1974 p. 149. 11 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F 319 Op 4798 D 70 L 9. 12 Greco A Battle for the Caucasus P J 72. 13 Ibid P 363. 14 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F 224 Op 214,836 No 5 No 105 107. 15 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 M 1968 p. 158. 16 ARC USSR Ministry of Defense F 6598 Op 12475 No 140 L 134. 17 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F 371 Op 13995 No 2 L 180. 18 History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945 Vol. 3 M 1964 p. 388. 19 Greco A Battle for the Caucasus p. 367. 20 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 161-162. 21 History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945 Vol. 3 p. 388. 22 Greco A Battle for the Caucasus p. 376. 23 History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945 Vol. 3 p. 388. 24 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F 319 Op 4798 D 47 L 73. 25 Ibid L 74. 26 Ibid 27 Ibid L 81. 28 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F 35 Op 11280 No 88 No 2742. 29 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F 48A Op 2 No 8 pp 103 104. 30 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F 290 Op 3280 No 50 L 58. 31 including 2500 sorties for night light bomber aircraft. 32 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War 1941-1945 p. 175. 33 Timothyevich IV. Operational Art of the Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War p. 80. 34 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 48A Op 2 D 8 L 136. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op 226,133 Building 1 L 99. 36 Ibid L 99. 37 Timothyevich IV. Operational Art of the Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War p. 83. 38 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op 11285 No 807 pp. 89-90. 39 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op 22614 No 8 L 164. 40 Military Historical Journal 1975 No 1 p. 78. 41 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 177. 42 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op 283,235 No 94 L 4. 43 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 39 Op 11,495 No 13 L 33. 44 Ibid, Op. 11519, No. 649, pp. 50-62. V. Command and Headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force in the Battle of Kursk. Operational Strategic Situation in the Kursk direction by July 1943. By the summer of 1943, the center of gravity of the armed struggle had moved to the central section of the Soviet-German front. The victory of the Soviet armed forces in the winter and spring of 1943 thoroughly shook the bloc of fascist states. The general situation in Germany had by this time become much worse. In the satellite countries, dissatisfaction with the war increased. Germany's prestige in the eyes of its allies was undermined. Italy was on the verge of leaving the war. However, despite the inexorable facts, Nazi politicians and strategists believed that the war was not yet lost. In order to improve the morale of the army, prevent the collapse of the fascist bloc and restore prestige, the fascist German command decided to conduct a large summer offensive on the Soviet German front. By the summer of 1943, the Nazi army represented an even greater force. There were about 4,800,000 people on the Soviet German front, which amounted to almost 72% of the total forces of the active German army. In addition, the satellite armies located here numbered 525,000 people. In total, the countries of the Hitler bloc had 5,325,000 people on the Soviet German front. However, the balance of forces was no longer in favor of Hitler's troops. By July 1943, there were 6,442,000 people in the Soviet active army. We outnumbered the enemy in men by 1.2 times. An even greater superiority of the Soviet armed forces was observed in technology. We had 98,790 guns and mortars against 54,300 enemy ones, tanks and self-propelled guns respectively 9,580 against 5,850, combat aircraft 8,290 against 2,982. The front line ran from the Barents Sea to Lake Ladoga, then along the Sv River to Leningrad, and from there to the south. At Velikai Luki it turned to the southeast, and in the Kursk area it formed a huge ledge that went deep into the location of the German troops. Further from the Belgrade region, the front line passed east of Kharkov, then along the northern Donets and Mias rivers it went to the eastern coast of the Sea of Azov. On the Taman Peninsula, the front line ran east of Temryuk and Novorossiysk. In preparation for the offensive in the Kursk direction, the enemy concentrated here about 50 of the most combat-ready divisions, up to 900,000 people, about 10,000 guns and mortars, 2,700 tanks and self-propelled guns. 3. Planning attacks on converging directions towards Kursk. The Nazi command intended to encircle and destroy Soviet troops on the Kursk ledge, destroy our strategic reserves at the line of Livny, Novy Oskol, and regain the strategic initiative. The Nazi command placed great hopes on the massive use in the offensive of heavy tanks Tiger and Panther and self-propelled guns Ferdinand, which had strong armor protection and powerful weapons, as well as on its air force. To support troops from the air in the area of the Kursk salient, the fascist German command created two powerful aviation groups. The strike force in the area south of Ural was to be supported by the 6th Air Fleet. From March 15 to July 1, the fleet was reinforced by 5 air groups transferred from Germany, France and Norway. The strike group of troops north of Kharkov was supported by the 4th Air Fleet. By the beginning of the offensive, the fleet was replenished with 5 bomber and 1 fighter groups and 2 groups of dive bombers, each with 30 aircraft. In total, the enemy aviation group numbered 2,050 aircraft near Kursk, 1,200 bombers, 100 attack aircraft, KHSH 129, 600 fighters and 150 reconnaissance aircraft. 4. The defensive lines on the Kursk ledge were occupied by troops of the Central and were known as fronts. They consisted of over 1.3 million people, 19,300 guns and mortars, more than 3,300 tanks and self-propelled guns. 5. The second strategic echelon concentrated the steppe front, which together with the Air Force numbered 573,000 people, 3,397 guns, 4,004 mortars, 1,550 tanks and self-propelled guns. 6. The aviation group consisted of the 16th Air Army of the Central Front, the 2nd Air Army of the Voronezh Front, the 17th Air Army of the Southwestern Front. Commanders respectively Generals S.I. Rudenko, S.A. Krasovsky, V.A. Sudets, and the main long-range aviation forces. The steppe front included the 5th Air Army, commanded by General S.K. Goryanov. The air armies were strengthened by the Air Corps of the RVGK. The 16th Air Army included 3 Air Corps and 6 separate air divisions with a total of 1,000 aircraft. To the 2nd Air Army, 2 fighter, 1 attack, 1 bomber air corps and 2 separate aviation divisions with a total of 880 aircraft. To the 17th Air Army, 3 mixed aviation corps and 2 separate air divisions with a total of 735 aircraft. In total, our aviation group consisted of 2,900 aircraft, 1,060 fighters, 940 attack aircraft, 500 day and 400 night bombers, and, taking into account the long-range aviation forces involved, was 1.4 times larger than the enemy Air Force. 7. Command and headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force. During the preparation for the Battle of Kursk, the Soviet Supreme High Command promptly revealed the enemy's summer offensive plan. In order to defeat the enemy with the least possible losses, on April 12, 1943, a preliminary decision was made to first exhaust and bleed the German strike forces through active defense, and then launch a decisive counter-offensive and finally defeat them. In accordance with this, training was carried out for all branches of the Soviet Armed Forces. The command and headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force, having received guidance from the General Staff, launched extensive preparations for summer operations. It was expressed primarily in the creation of a strong aviation group, in the preparation of an airfield network, in the staffing of units and formations, in the creation of the necessary material reserves. Together with this command and the Air Force headquarters, the enemy and the combat capabilities of the side's aviation were carefully studied and measures were developed to more effectively use the attracted aviation forces in the operation. This was facilitated by the ever-increasing supply from industry of new types of aircraft, radio stations, and equipment for material and technical maintenance. In 1943, the average monthly production of combat aircraft increased from 2,100 in 1942 to 2,900 in 1943. There was a radical renewal of the aircraft fleet of the Soviet Air Force. By the beginning of the Battle of Kursk, obsolete aircraft in the active army were mainly available only in night bomber aviation units. Particularly big changes have occurred in the fighter aircraft fleet. Since 1943, the dominant position was occupied by the new La-5FN and Yak-9 aircraft of several modifications. 8. In attack aviation, by July 1943, all regiments were armed with Il-2 aircraft. The vast majority of them were two-seat attack aircraft. The bomber fleet was almost completely renewed with the P-2 aircraft. By 1943, frontline fighter aircraft were armed with heavy machine guns 12.7 mm by ME Berezin, which replaced the SH-CAS machine guns. In addition to heavy machine guns, all aircraft were equipped with 20 mm cannons designed by B.G. Shpitelny and S.V. Vladimirov SH-VAK. Since the spring of 1943, Yak-9 aircraft have been equipped with a 37 mm cannon designed by E. Nadelman and S. Suranov NS-37. The Germans did not have such a powerful aircraft cannon. The invention in 1943 by engineer I.A. Larionov of the cumulative anti-tank bomb Tab 251.5 was of exceptionally great importance for increasing the efficiency of attack aircraft. This bomb had a strong destructive effect, was light in weight and dimensions, and was cheap to manufacture. By decision of the State Defense Committee of the USSR from October 1942, transceiver radio stations began to be installed on every second fighter aircraft. In 1943, every new aircraft was equipped with a radio station. The Ground Support Service for Aircraft Navigation (GSS) has been widely developed. The number of communications radio stations in it increased from 180 in 1942 to 420 in 1943. The radar and pegmatite radar installations entered service with frontline aviation. In the office of the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force in the first half of 1943, further improvement of the organizational structure and methods of command and control took place. Many departments were expanded into departments, Directorate of Navigation Service, etc., an Air Defense Service, Air Air Service, and Air Rifle Service Directorate, and the main Directorate for Combat Training of Frontline Aviation were created. Two directorates were created within the main Directorate of the Air Force Engineering and Aviation Service, the Field Repair Directorate and the Overhaul Repair Directorate. The main Directorate of Air Force Formation became known as the main Directorate of Air Force Formation and Training 10. The Military Council of the Air Force of the Soviet Army was strengthened. In March 1943, General Nikolai Sergeyevich Shimenov, who simultaneously served as head of the Aviation Department of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks, was appointed a relieved member of the Air Force Military Council. N.S. Shimenov remained in these posts continuously throughout the war. During the war, the Air Force Military Council included P.F. Zhagarev, A.A. Novikov, P.S. Stepanov, L.G. Rudenko, N.S. Shimenov, G.A. Vorozhkin, F.Ya. Falaliyev, V. Nikitin, A.I. Shakharin, A.K. Repin, S.A. Kodyakov and other military leaders. The Air Force Military Council discussed and decided the most important issues in the life and combat activities of the Soviet Air Force. All fundamental issues of the construction and further development of the Air Force, as a rule, were discussed at meetings of the Military Council, and the decisions made by the Air Force commander were reported to the General Staff, the Supreme Command Headquarters, or the State Defense Committee. In its practical activities, the Air Force Military Council relied on commanders, political agencies, the party political apparatus, party organizations of aviation units and formations, and educational institutions. In May 1943, General S.A. Kodyakov was again appointed to the post of Chief of Staff of the Air Force. General F.Ya. Falaliyev was appointed Deputy Commander of the Soviet Army Air Force. An exceptionally large amount of work was carried out by the Command and the Air Force Military Council on the formation of reserve aviation regiments. The creation of reserve aviation regiments began in the first days of the war in accordance with the order of the USSR Code dated July 11, 1941. The primary task of the reserve aviation regiments was the practical development of new aircraft. On May 7, 1943, at the proposal of the command of the USSR State Defense Air Force, a resolution was adopted according to which the withdrawal of aviation units from the front to reserve aviation regiments and aviation brigades for replenishment was stopped. Replenishment of air units began to be carried out directly at the front due to air squadrons, flights and single crews being trained in reserve regiments. As a result of this event, the number of air units that passed through reserve regiments in 1943 decreased by 4 times compared to 1942. This made it possible to eliminate haste in training pilots, which was often allowed in previous years. The Air Force Command attached great importance to the correct use of the created Reserve Aviation Corps of the Supreme High Command. On March 29, 1943, the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force gave orders to the commanders of the air armies and commanders of the Air Corps so that the Air Corps of the RVGK, assigned to the operational subordination of the air armies were used only in the directions of the main attacks, and in no case were they allowed to be dispersed to simultaneously defeat a larger number of objects and to perform many tasks. When discussing the results of aviation operations in the Cuban, the Air Force Military Council paid a lot of attention to the wider use of radio and mutual information between Air Army headquarters about the operational situation. On April 20, 1943, an order was issued by the commander of the Soviet Army Air Forces which drew the attention of Air Army commanders to the wider use of radio equipment to control aviation on the ground and in the air. Another order of the Air Force commander dated May 11, 1943 introduced a provision obliging the headquarters of the Air Armies to mutually inform each other about the operational situation at the front on a daily basis. These orders had a positive impact on improving aviation management and contributed to more efficient work of headquarters. The results of their implementation were reflected in the Battle of Kursk, when representatives of the Supreme Command headquarters had to organize and coordinate the actions of aviation on several fronts and long-range aviation. The 3-month pause in active ground forces operations preceding the Battle of Kursk was widely used by the Soviet Air Force as well as frontline troops for immediate preparation for the upcoming battle. At the end of June, the Supreme Command headquarters instructed M. Vasilevsky to closely engage in training the troops of the Voronezh front and G.K. Zhukov to coordinate the actions of the Central, Bryansk and Western fronts. The preparation of aviation and the coordination of all actions by the headquarters were entrusted to the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force A. Novikov and his deputies Generals G.A. Vorozhkin and S.A. Kodyakov, who, with small operational groups of headquarters and rear Air Force officers, were in the air armies of the fronts. Perhaps no previous operation was prepared so methodically, so consistently and on such a scale. In accordance with the decision of the Supreme Command Headquarters, the relocation of Aviation Corps and individual aviation divisions of the RVGK took place. On May 1, 1943, the Command and Operational Group of the headquarters of the 5th Air Army arrived from the Caucasus to the Usman area. At the same time, the 2nd Fighter, 5th Attack, 7th and 9th Mixed Aviation Corps were completing their relocation to the Steppe Front Airfield 11-12. Aviation Corps and individual divisions of the RVGK were concentrated in the Kursk direction from the headquarters reserve and from other sectors of the front. Plans for the combat use of aviation of the 16th and 2nd Air Armies and long-range aviation were developed directly within the troops. Plans for the combat use of aviation were developed in accordance with the plans of the front troops in 4 options, taking into account the likely directions of the enemy's main attacks on the northern and southern fronts of the Kursk ledge. Much attention was paid to organizing interaction. In order to effectively use aviation forces, plans for interaction were developed between the 16th and 2nd, between the 2nd and 17th Air Armies. The plan for interaction between the 2nd and 17th Air Armies in the defensive operation of the Voronezh and southwestern fronts was signed by General G.A. Vorozhkin and the commanders of these armies, Generals S.A. Krasovsky and V.A. Sudets. The plan provided for mutual assistance between air armies. The 17th Air Army allocated 180 aircraft with 990 sorties for the first 3 days. The 2nd Air Army allocated 170 aircraft to help the southwestern front with 930 sorties for the first 3 days. For the same purposes, the plan provided for an aviation maneuver using the airfields of the neighboring Air Army 13. Intensive aerial reconnaissance was carried out. Back on May 14, 1943, A. Novikov reported to the headquarters of the Supreme High Command. By the end of May 14, aerial photographic reconnaissance of the 4th Reconnaissance Aviation Regiment had identified a large concentration of enemy tanks and vehicles in the area of Oral and Kromy. The report concluded that the enemy was clearly preparing for a powerful offensive with tank and mechanized formations and was creating a strong aviation group at the Kursk airfields 14. Aerial reconnaissance revealed the areas of concentration of the main groups of enemy troops, the basing and composition of Nazi aviation, the air defense system of airfields, the nature of defensive fortifications, the location of strong points, artillery positions and enemy reserves. All this helped the Soviet command to better reveal the enemy's plan, take timely measures to organize a sustainable defense, and more purposefully prepare for the subsequent offensive. The efforts of aviation and combined arms formations during preparation were coordinated in place and time. In the most threatened areas, aviation operational groups were allocated to combined arms armies and aviation representatives were allocated to rifle corps. At the direction of the commanders of the air armies, the commanders of aviation corps and divisions traveled to the front line of defense in order to reconnaissance the area, clarify targets for strikes and coordinate mutual identification and target designation signals with ground forces. An exceptionally large amount of work was carried out by political agencies, party and comsomol organizations of the Air Force, which directed their activities primarily towards increasing the combat effectiveness of aviation units and formations and strengthening friendship between aviators and personnel of combined arms and tank armies. The rear organs of the air armies with attached engineering battalions were intensively preparing the airfield network and accumulating supplies of combat and material. In the zones of action of the 16th and 2nd Air Armies, with the active help of the population, 154 airfields were built. In addition, 50 falls 15. To ensure aviation maneuvers, reserve airfield service battalions were created in the air armies. Material reserves were created for 10-15 days of active aviation combat operations. During the period of preparation for the upcoming battles, the aviation of the air armies did not stop combat operations. It covered the concentration of troops repelled, together with fighters and air defense anti-aircraft artillery, enemy raids on railway junctions and airfields, periodically struck enemy reserves and purposefully conducted air surveillance of all movements of enemy troops. During preparations for the summer offensive, fascist German aviation intensified its actions against railway junctions, stations, bridges and stages in the Kursk salient area, trying to paralyze the communications of Soviet troops. The main target of enemy aviation was the Kursk railway junction. Enemy aircraft launched the first massive raid on Kursk on May 22. About 170 bombers took part in it. The attack was repelled by fighters from the 16th and 2nd Air Armies as well as the 101st Air Defense Fighter Division. Most of the bomber groups were scattered by fighter attacks on the approaches to the city. The largest raids on the Kursk railway junction were carried out by fascist German aviation during the day of June 2 and on the night of June 3. During the day, more than 500 aircraft took part in the raid, including 424 bombers. To repel the raid, 280 fighters of the 16th and 2nd Air Armies, forces of the 106th and 101st Air Defense Fighter Divisions and anti-aircraft artillery of the Kursk Air Defense Group were involved. The first echelon of enemy aviation, consisting of more than 160 aircraft, 137 bombers and 30 fighters, flying from Oral through Fortes, was intercepted by fighters of the 16th Air Army, which boldly attacked the enemy and shot down 58 aircraft. Only single enemy bombers broke through to the city. In the second and third echelons, flying from the same direction, there were 175 aircraft, 120 bombers and 55 fighters. To repel the attack of these two echelons, 86 Soviet fighters were scrambled. They continuously attacked columns of enemy aircraft and shot down 34 aircraft. Up to 55 aircraft broke through to the city in scattered groups. In the fourth and fifth echelons there were over 180 enemy aircraft, 167 bombers and 14 fighters. They came from a new direction, from the side of Obayan, at an altitude of 6,000-7,000 meters. The Soviet command brought in large forces of fighters, about 205 aircraft, to repel the enemy raid, but they were unable to intercept all groups of bombers. About 100 enemy aircraft attacked the Kursk railway junction and put it out of action for 12 hours. The losses of German aviation during the raid on June 2 were enormous. It lost 145 aircraft, including 104 aircraft shot down by fighters and 41 aircraft shot down by anti-aircraft artillery fire. Soviet aviation lost 27 fighters, 16. The massive air raid on Kursk became the last major daytime raid by fascist aviation on rear targets in the Great Patriotic War. Hitler's command was forced to subsequently abandon operations against rear targets during the day and switch the operations of its bomber aircraft to the night. Thus, the headquarters of the Supreme High Command and the command of the Air Force of the Soviet Army carried out a large, purposeful preparation of troops and aviation for the upcoming battles on the central sector of the Soviet-German front. During the 3-month training period, the 16th, 2nd Air Armies and long-range aviation carried out more than 42,000 combat sorties and completed all the tasks assigned to them. 17. Actions of Soviet aviation in the Battle of Kursk on July 5, 1943. Powerful groups of Nazi troops went on the offensive on the northern and southern fronts of the Kursk Bulge. It was not unexpected for our ground forces and aviation. On July 2, the Supreme High Command headquarters warned the commanders of the Central and Voronezh fronts about the possible transition of the enemy to the offensive in the coming days. Therefore, troops and aviation were on alert. Based on a survey of prisoners captured by our intelligence officers, the Soviet command managed to establish not only the day but also the hour of the attack even before the start of the enemy's offensive. July 5, 3 am. At dawn on July 5, on the orders of Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov, a powerful artillery counter-preparation was carried out. At the same time, aviation formations of the 2nd and 17th Air Armies with 417 attack aircraft and fighters in order to weaken the enemy air force and disorganize its actions launched a massive attack on 7 major airfields: Mykoyanovka, Sokolniki, Pamarki, Alznovo, Rogan, Barvenkovo, Kramatorskaya, and they destroyed 60 enemy vehicles. During the artillery counter-preparation and attacks on airfields, the Nazi forces were weakened. The surprise that the fascist command so counted on did not work out. The Nazi troops were able to launch an offensive instead of 3 o'clock only at 5:30 am. The enemy offensive began with the support of large air forces. Fascist bombers in groups of 100-150 aircraft, under the cover of fighters, attacked the positions of Soviet troops. The first to block their path were the pilots of the 6th Fighter Air Corps, Commander General E. Arlikin, and the 1st Guards Fighter Air Division, Commander Lieutenant Colonel I.V. Krupanin of the 16th Air Army, as well as the 4th and 5th Fighter Air Corps, Commanders Generals I.D. Pajorny and D.P. Galunov of the 2nd Air Army. An air battle broke out over the troops' positions. During the first half of the day on July 5, Soviet fighters shot down 79 fascist aircraft, 18. At the same time, pilots of the 3rd Bomber Aviation Corps, Commander General Z. Karavatsky, and the 6th Mixed Air Corps, Commander General I.D. Antoshkin, as well as the 2nd Guards, Commander Colonel G.I. Komarov, and 299 th Assault Aviation Divisions, commanded by Colonel I.V. Krupsky, in groups of 6 to 8 aircraft, attacked enemy tanks and infantry on the battlefield and in the areas of Yasnaya Polyana, Ozerki, Arkhangelsk. On this day, our attack aircraft used the Nutab 2.5 anti-tank bombs for the first time. They burned through the armor of the fascist Tigers and Panthers. Using them, only the pilots of the 291st Attack Air Division, Commander Colonel N. Vitrek, near Voronezh, destroyed 30 enemy tanks in a day. 19. The former Chief of Staff of the 48th German Tank Corps, General F. Melanchthon, subsequently wrote, "Many tanks became victims of Soviet aviation and the Russian pilots showed exceptional courage." 20. During July 5, on the Central and Voronezh fronts, our aviation actively helped the troops repel fierce attacks by enemy infantry and tanks. The 17th Air Army of the Southwestern Front, interacting with the 2nd Air Army of the Voronezh Front, attacked enemy tanks and infantry at crossings across the northern Donets River in the Solomine, Bezlyudovka area, and units of of the 15th Air Army of the Bryansk Front helped 16th Air Army of the Central Front to repel bomber raids on our troops. On July 5, in the Central Front zone, at certain moments there were up to 300 German bombers and at least 100 fighters simultaneously over the battlefield. On that day, pilots of the 16th Air Army carried out 1,232 combat sorties, conducted 76 group air battles and shot down 106 enemy aircraft. In total, the four air armies of frontline aviation carried out 3,385 sorties on that day. 4,526 sorties of enemy aircraft were recorded, including in the Bryansk front 108, Central 1,737, Voronezh 2,561 and Southwestern front 120. During the day of July 5, Soviet pilots shot down 260 enemy aircraft in air battles and destroyed 60 enemy aircraft at airfields 21. Our losses amounted to 176 aircraft. As a result of the opposition of our fighters and the losses suffered by the enemy, the activity of enemy aviation in the afternoon of July 5 on the Central Front decreased slightly, and on the Voronezh front the enemy was not at all able to overcome the resistance of our fighters. However, not everything went smoothly. Shortcomings were revealed in the actions of our fighters. They were fond of fighting with fighters and sometimes left enemy bombers unaffected. The warning about the approach of German bombers was not clearly organized. The actions of small groups of our attack aircraft and bombers against enemy troops did not allow us to conduct an effective fight against enemy anti-aircraft artillery. A large detachment of fighters was required to cover them. Assessing all this, the command of the Air Force and the commanders of the air armies the next day changed the forms and methods of action of our aviation and moved on to massive attacks on the advancing enemy troops. On July 6, aviation of the 16th Air Army, using updated aerial reconnaissance data with the forces of the 6th Mixed Corps, 2nd and 299th Attack Air Divisions, launched a massive attack with 450 aircraft on enemy tanks and motorized infantry in the Podolian, Suborivka area. The impact was high. He contributed to the successful counterattack by the front forces. That day, the 16th Air Army carried out two more massive strikes. As a result of the counterattack of our troops and massive air actions, the enemy suffered serious losses in manpower and equipment. The offensive impulse of his troops decreased noticeably. On the same day, the attacks of the 2nd and 17th Air Armies in the Belgrade-Kursk direction were no less successful. At the same time, serious adjustments were made to the organization of fighter combat operations. The commanders of fighter aviation units went to forward control posts from where they directly controlled subordinate units. Fighter patrol zones were moved into enemy territory. Fighters began to be radio-guided at enemy aircraft, primarily bombers. Skillful guidance and build-up of forces in air combat, the presence of commanders of aviation fighter formations at control posts and their familiar voice on the radio network to the pilots influenced the dramatic change in the air situation. As a result of heavy losses, German aviation sharply reduced its activity. If on July 5, 4,298 aircraft flights were recorded on the Central and Voronezh fronts, then on July 6 only 2,122. On the Central and Voronezh fronts, Soviet pilots carried out 2,800 combat sorties. In air battles they shot down 217 enemy aircraft. Our losses amounted to 171 aircraft. On July 7, 1943, the main efforts of the Gate aviation were concentrated against the troops of the Central Front. Here the enemy operated in groups of 80-120 aircraft, but was also unable to achieve air superiority. The 16th Air Army, with the assistance of the 15th Air Army, carried out 1,370 sorties and the enemy, slightly more than 1,000. On the Voronezh front, the 2nd Air Army, supported by part of the forces of the 17th Air Army, carried out 1,400 sorties, the enemy, 560. The actions of the 1st Assault Aviation Corps, Commander General V.G. Ryazanov, were especially effective. The corps with two powerful blows thwarted attacks by large forces of enemy tanks and infantry in the Siertsevo and Yakovlevo area. On that day, in air battles on the Central and Voronezh fronts, 233 enemy aircraft were shot down and 12 were destroyed at airfields. Our losses amounted to 122 aircraft, 23. From this day on, Soviet fighters firmly seized the initiative in the air. Most of the enemy bombers were intercepted and destroyed by our fighters on the approach to the covered objects. The activity of fascist German aviation decreased every day. On July 8, the aviation of the 16th Air Army carried out 1,070 sorties, shot down 88 enemy aircraft in 48 air battles, and lost 43 of its own aircraft. On the Voronezh front, German aviation made only 118 aircraft flights by 13.00. Soviet pilots flew 1,210 sorties, shot down 78 enemy aircraft in air battles, losing 54 aircraft, 24. Characteristic of the aviation actions on July 9 was the massive attack of the 16th Air Army, carried out by 150 attack aircraft and bombers under the cover of fighters against the enemy's 9th Tank Division in the Sabarovka area, which was so successful that it disrupted the enemy's offensive throughout the day. The enemy showed no activity here. Thus, the gigantic battle that had unfolded on the ground and in the air gradually began to subside. The activity of enemy aircraft decreased every day. By July 10, the offensive capabilities of the fascist German troops in the Oryol-Kursk direction had dried up. Having suffered huge losses, the Nazis finally went on the defensive. In the Belgrade-Kursk direction, the fighting continued for several more days. When the enemy's plans to break through to Kursk by the shortest route from the south through Obayan completely failed, he began to look for weak points in the defense in other areas and concentrated his main efforts in the direction of Prokhorovka. In an effort to thwart the enemy's plan, the command of the Voronezh front, with the consent of the Supreme High Command headquarters, decided on July 12 to launch a powerful counterattack with the forces of the 6th Guards and 1st Tank Armies, which were advancing from the line north of Melevo-Kruglik in the direction of Yakovlevo. The main blow from the Prokhorovka area in the direction of Yakovlevo was delivered by the 5th Guards Tank Army of General P.A. Rotmistrov and part of the forces of the 5th Guards Army of General A.S. Zhadov. East of Belgrade, 3 rifle divisions of the 7th Guards Army went on the offensive. On the eve of the AD formations and night bombers of the air armies, for 2 nights they continuously bombed enemy troops on the battlefield and destroyed railway sections. An hour before the counterattack of our troops, air preparation began. It was attended by the 1st Bomber Air Corps, Commander Colonel I.S. Polban, the 1st Attack Air Corps, Commander General V.G. Ryazanov, and the 291st Attack Air Division, which struck a concentration of enemy tanks and artillery on firing positions. At 8:30 am on July 12, after a 15-minute artillery preparation, formations of the 5th Guards and 5th Guards Tank Armies went on the offensive. About 1,200 tanks took part in the Battle of Prokhorovka on both sides. At this time, stubborn battles began in the air, which lasted throughout the day. Attack aircraft and bombers of the 2nd Air Army actively supported the tankers. As a result of joint actions of ground forces and aviation, the armored avalanche of the Germans was stopped. The enemy lost more than 350 tanks and over 10,000 soldiers and officers. 25 bomb craters after long-range bombers hit the efforts of our ground forces and aviation thwarted the enemy's last attempt to break through to Kursk. By July 23, the troops of the Voronezh front restored the position they occupied before July 5. The defensive period of the Great Battle ended. During the defense, the Soviet Air Force flew more than 28,000 sorties and provided great assistance to the ground forces in repelling this powerful enemy offensive. In the air, Soviet aviation conducted about 1,000 air battles in which they shot down more than 1,400 enemy aircraft, including 517 in the Oryol-Kursk direction and 899 in the Belgrade-Kursk direction. The defeat of the advancing enemy groups created an advantageous situation for the counter-offensive of Soviet troops. Its plan was developed and approved by the Supreme Commander-in-Chief back in May, after which it was discussed more than once at headquarters and corrected by the General Staff. The operation was to be carried out by two groups of fronts. The Oriole group of the enemy was assigned to defeat the troops of the left wing of the western and the main forces of the Bryansk and Central fronts, and the Belgrade-Kharkov group to the troops of the Voronezh and Steppe fronts. Strong groups of Nazi troops operated in front of the Soviet fronts. Despite the huge losses they suffered during the offensive, the total number of their armies in this sector at the beginning of our counter-offensive was 900,000 people. The troops had about 10,000 guns and mortars, up to 1,800 tanks and assault guns, and 2,100 combat aircraft. This concentration of forces was achieved through the transfer of new divisions and marching reinforcements. The Soviet troops included 2,226,500 people, over 33,000 guns and mortars, 4,800 tanks and self-propelled guns, over 4,300 combat aircraft. 26. The Soviet Air Force was given the following tasks: to maintain air supremacy and reliably cover strike force groups, assist ground forces in breaking through enemy defenses, to counteract the fascist German troops in occupying defenses on intermediate lines, disrupt enemy maneuvers with reserves, disrupt troop control. A full air offensive was envisaged. Long-range aviation was involved in air training, as well as in striking railway junctions and other targets behind enemy lines. The country's air defense fighter aviation units were brought in to cover troops and rear-facing facilities of the fronts. The counter-offensive of the troops of the Western and Bryansk fronts in the Oriole direction, with the active assistance of aviation, began on July 12. The troops of the Central Front went on the offensive on July 15. In the Oriole direction, in addition to the three air armies of frontline aviation, long-range bombers of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Guards Aviation Corps, Commanders Generals D.P. Yakhanov E.F., Loganov N.A., Volkov actively operated at night. 5th and 7th Air Corps, Commanders Generals I.V., Georgiev V.E., Nestertsev, and 45th Air Division, Commander Colonel V.I. Lebedev, in the offensive zone of the 11th Guards Army of the Western Front. 15 minutes before the start of the attack, 70 P-2 bombers and 48 Il-2 attack aircraft of the 1st Air Army launched a concentrated attack on enemy artillery and strongholds in the breakthrough area. Long-range aviation formations and the 213th Night Bomber Aviation Division of the 1st Air Army operated here throughout the night. At the breakthrough site of the 61st Army of the Bryansk Front, aviation training was carried out at night by long-range aviation forces and the 313th Night Bomber Aviation Division of the 15th Air Army. As a result of the aviation and artillery preparation, the enemy's defenses in the breakthrough areas of both fronts were significantly weakened. During the day, front troops, supported by aviation, developed an offensive. On July 12, our aviation made 2,174 sorties and in 72 air battles shot down 86 enemy aircraft, but itself lost 59 aircraft. 27. The Nazi troops put up stubborn resistance. In 8 days, the troops of the Western Front advanced 70 km and the Bryansk Front 20 km. From July 18 to July 25, the 25th Tank Corps, the 11th Army, the 4th Tank Army and the 2nd Guards Cavalry Corps were successively brought into battle. Their entry into battle and operations in depth were supported by all the forces of the 1st and 15th Air Armies. By July 29, the defeat of the Bokhov enemy group was completed. At the same time, troops attacked in the Oriole and Kromsky directions. In the Oriole direction, in the interests of the 3rd Guards Tank Army, 120 attack aircraft, 112 bombers and 200 fighters of the 15th Air Army operated, which very successfully solved the tasks of covering and supporting the Tank Army. In this direction, fighter pilots of the French Normandy Aviation Squadron fought bravely together with Soviet pilots, arriving at the front on March 25, 1943 and joining the 1st Air Army. French volunteers showed high skill and courage in their first battles with the enemy. For the exemplary performance of combat missions and the courage and bravery shown on July 2, 1943 by the decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, the first 5 French pilots J. Tallien A. Litolf A. Brent M. Lefebvre L. Deprat were awarded Soviet orders. By the end of July 1943, French pilots had 30 downed enemy aircraft 28. On July 5, 1943, the French Air Squadron was transformed into the 1st Separate Fighter Aviation Regiment of the Fighting France Normandy. Regiment Commander Major Pierre Puade. During the offensive, the troops of the Central Front restored their position occupied by July 5, and by August 6 they liberated the city of Cromy. The 16th Air Army provided effective support to the troops during the offensive, flying 1,000 or more sorties daily. On August 5, troops of the Bryansk Front, with assistance from the flanks of troops of the Western and Central Fronts, liberated the city of Orel. Having then captured Volkhov and Krony, the troops of these fronts, with the assistance of aviation, organized the pursuit of enemy troops and by August 18 reached the line of Zhizre, Karachev, Dmitrovsk, Orlovsky. The troops of the Voronezh and Steppe fronts launched a counter-offensive in the Belgrade-Kharkov direction on August 3. The night before the offensive, long-range aviation formations and the 208th Night Bomber Aviation Division of the 2nd Air Army intensively operated against enemy defenses and troops in the breakthrough areas. They flew 370 sorties. 2 hours before the troops attack aircraft and bombers joined the fight. Powerful artillery fire and airstrikes suppressed and partially destroyed enemy troops and strongholds in the zone of the 6th Guards and 5th Guards armies of the Voronezh front. The troops of these armies captured the main line of defense in the first half of the day. On the afternoon of August 3, the 1st and 5th Guards tank armies were brought into battle in the zone of action of the troops of the 5th Guards Army. The main forces of the 2nd Air Army were brought in to support them. Our aviation carried out 2,670 sorties that day 29. By August 11, the tank armies reached the Vysokopolye and Kovyagi areas. By this time, the troops of the Steppe Front, having liberated Belgrade, approached the outer Kharkov perimeter and began a battle to break through it. On August 5, 1943, the capital of our motherland, Moscow, saluted for the first time in honor of a major victory, the liberation of the cities of Orel and Belgrade. The order of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief dated August 5, 1943 stated, "Today, August 5, the troops of the Bryansk Front, with the assistance of the flanks of the troops of the Western and Central Fronts, as a result of fierce battles, captured the city of Orel. Today, the troops of the Steppe and Voronezh fronts broke the enemy's resistance and captured the city of Belgrade. Today, August 5, at 24 o'clock, the capital of our motherland, Moscow, will salute our valiant troops who liberated Orel and Belgrade with 12 artillery salvos from 12 guns." Troops of the Voronezh front in the period from August 11 to 17, 1943, with active air support from the 2nd Air Army, repelled a counter-offensive in the Bogodukov area, and from August 18 to 20, in the Aktyrka area. The enemy, having suffered huge losses and not reaching the goal, was forced to retreat. On August 23, Soviet troops liberated the city of Kharkov from the Nazi occupiers. By August 23, the operation to defeat the Belgrade-Kharkov group was completed. During the Belgrade-Kharkov operation, Soviet aviation carried out 28,265 combat sorties. In fierce air battles and at airfields, 800 enemy aircraft were destroyed. 30. The Battle of Kursk was characterized by further improvement of operational art and tactics for the Soviet Air Force. During the counter-offensive on all fronts of the Kursk direction, the commanders of the air armies carried out a full air offensive coordinated by representatives of the Supreme High Command Headquarters for Aviation, Generals G.A. Vorozhkin and S.A. Kudyakov. After aviation training, attack and bomber aircraft immediately switched to supporting the advancing troops throughout the entire depth of the operation. The efforts of our aviation were concentrated on narrow sections of the front against the most important targets, primarily against enemy tanks and artillery. By continuously attacking enemy troops, frontline aviation reduced their ability to resist, inflicted heavy losses on them, and thereby contributed to the success of our troops breaking through the enemy's defenses. The commander of the 48th Rifle Corps of the Steppe Front, General 3. Rogozny, in a report dated August 3, wrote that only thanks to well-organized interaction and massive attacks by attack pilots could ground units advance successfully. 31. When tank formations and formations were introduced into battle, the efforts of the air armies were aimed at suppressing enemy anti-tank defenses, isolating the battle area from the approach of reserves, and providing air cover for tank and mechanized corps. From 50 to 80% of the forces of the air armies switched to their support and cover to fight anti-tank weapons. For example, the 1st and 5th Guards tank armies were supported by the 5th Assault Commander General N.P. Kamenin and 10th Fighter Commander General M.M. Golovnia Aviation Corps, as well as the 202nd Bomber Commander General L.I. Nichayporenko and the 291st Assault Aviation Division Commander Colonel A.N. Vitrek. When enemy troops retreated, Soviet aviation took an active part in their pursuit. During the counteroffensive, our aviation successfully accomplished the task of disrupting enemy rail and road transport. When the fascist command hastily began to transfer tank and motorized divisions from Donbass and other directions to the Bogodukov and Aktierka area at the direction of the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force, the 8th Air Army of the Southern Front was the first to be put into action. As the reserves advanced along the front line, the 17th, 5th and 2nd Air Armies successively entered the fight against them, destroying enemy trains at the railway stations of Gorlovka, Slavyansk, Barvenkovo, Pavlograd and convoys on the roads. During the same period, aviation from the 4th and 6th Long-Range Aviation Corps operated at the railway junctions and stations of Poltava, Lyubotin, Krasnoarmskoye, Krasnograd and Mrefa. From August 4 to August 12, our aviation carried out more than 7,100 sorties to fulfill the mission and disrupt the enemy's railway transportation. The aviation formations of the 8th and 17th Air Armies alone burned 16 trains, destroyed 20 tanks and about 30 vehicles on the roads. 32. As a result of the combined actions of frontline and long-range aviation, the transfer of enemy troops took place slowly and with heavy losses. During the counter-offensive near Kursk, Soviet aviation flew over 90,000 sorties. In 1,700 air battles, 2,100 enemy aircraft were destroyed. In addition, 145 were destroyed and damaged at airfields and 780 were shot down by anti-aircraft artillery. 33. The Great Battle of Kursk ended with a brilliant victory of the Soviet armed forces over the Nazi army. The gigantic battle on the Oral Kursk Bulge in the summer of 1943 said L.I. Brezhnev broke the back of Hitler's Germany and incinerated its shock-armored forces. The superiority of our army in combat skills, in weapons, in strategic leadership became clear to the whole world. 34. The Battle of Kursk was of great importance for the subsequent development of events on the Soviet-German front. It created favorable conditions for the general offensive of the Soviet army, as a result of which left bank Ukraine and Donbass, the western regions of the RSFSR, the eastern regions of Belarus were liberated, the Dnieper was crossed, bridgeheads on its right bank were captured, and on November 6 the capital of Ukraine, the city of Kyiv, was liberated. This was a period of radical change, which was marked by outstanding victories of the Soviet people and their army, which dramatically changed the military-political situation in the international arena. The Battle of Kursk for the Soviet Air Force was characterized by an intense struggle for strategic air supremacy at its final stage. Up to 35% of all sorties were spent on this task. This struggle, which lasted almost a month and a half, culminated in the defeat of the main forces of enemy aviation and the conquest of strategic air supremacy by the Soviet Air Force. Soviet pilots showed massive heroism and high combat skill during the battles. The immortal feat was accomplished on July 6, 1943 by Communist pilot A.K. Gorovets. In one air battle he shot down 9 enemy bombers. This was the only case in the world. A.K. Gorovets was posthumously awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. The award sheet about his immortal feat stated, "In this air battle, Comrade Horowitz showed exceptional flying skill, courage and heroism, personally shot down 9 enemy aircraft and himself died a heroic death." 35. Pilots S.D. Lugansky, M.S. Tokarev V.I. Andrionov A.P. Marsyev A.N. Efimov N.D. Gulyayev A.V. Dobrodetsky fought selflessly, and many others. Here Pilot Junior Lieutenant I.N. Kozhevnikov, later 3 times Hero of the Soviet Union, received his first baptism of fire. The Battle of Kursk showed the improvement of the tactics of the aviation branches in the actions of our Air Force. The tactics of attack aircraft operating in large groups received further development. Bomber aviation gained extensive experience in dive bombing and conducting concentrated strikes up to and including a division. Fighter aircraft demonstrated increased proficiency in conducting group air combat and air battles. In general, in the Battle of Kursk, the operational art of the Air Force and the tactics of the aviation branches were enriched with many new provisions and rose one more level in their development. The command of the Soviet Army Air Force, commanders, headquarters and political agencies of the air armies of the fronts widely used in their practical activities the results of aviation actions in the Battle of Kursk and in other areas. Measures were taken to further improve the organizational structure of aviation units, generalize and disseminate combat experience, and increase the level of logistics. In October 1943, by decision of the Air Force Military Council, the fighter and attack aviation regiments were transferred to new states. The consolidation of air regiments met the increased requirements of tactics and operational art of the Air Force. In December 1943, the Air Force Military Council held a meeting of Air Force commanders of military districts, commanders of reserve aviation brigades and representatives of active air armies dedicated to further improving the quality of pilot training in reserve aviation regiments. The meeting materials were used in the development of new combat training courses for fighter, attack and bomber aircraft, introduced in 1944. In many air armies, such forms of improving the combat skills of flight personnel as flight tactical conferences have become widespread. In December 1943, during the period of preparation of the troops of the 3rd Ukrainian Front for the liberation of Right Bank Ukraine, a conference was held in the 9th Mixed Aviation Corps of the 17th Air Army. It was attended by commanders of aviation divisions, regiments, air squadrons, flights, pilots, chiefs of staff, and party and political workers. Representatives of the Supreme Command Headquarters, Marshal of the Soviet Union A.M. Vasilevsky and General F. Ya. Falaliyev, the commander of the front forces, General R. Ya. Malinovsky, and the commander of the 17th Air Army, General V.A. Sudets, took an active part in the conference. The conference played a positive role in preparing the command and flight personnel for offensive operations. 36. Commanders, political agencies, party and Komsomol organizations of units and formations of active aviation used the breaks between battles to train flight personnel. Recalling this, an active participant in air battles in the north, Air Chief Marshal Pavel Stepanovich Kutakhov wrote in the Krasnaya Zvezda newspaper, "The battles were stubborn. In the short breaks between them, there seemed to be no time for training. But we still managed to fight and study. The classroom was a dugout with a smokehouse made from a shell casing, and the classroom where we took exams was the battle. The dugout, where theoretical training was taking place, was drawn like a magnet. We often studied at the expense of sleep and rest." 37. In June 1943, the political agencies of the Air Force carried out a restructuring of the primary party organizations in accordance with the directive of the Main Directorate of the Red Army of June 4, 1943 on the structure of party organizations of the Red Army. 38. The Air Force created 237 new primary organizations. Their number increased by 13%. All flight units had their own party organizations. The increase in the number of party organizations, the expansion of party activists, the introduction of fresh party forces to the leadership and active participation in party life led to the intensification of party political work. It has become even more effective, more closely connected with the implementation of combat missions. exceptionally great fruitful work to improve the combat qualities of the personnel of the Air Force units and formations operating on the fronts was done by the generals and officers of the main Directorate of Combat Training of Frontline Aviation, headed by General D.F. Kondratyev. This department was created by decision of the State Defense Committee back in January 1943. Over the past year, it conducted more than 2,000 reports, war games, group exercises and various classes in units and formations of the air armies. Over 4,500 demonstration and training flights were carried out to conduct single and group air battles, build battle formations on new types of aircraft, tested various methods of attacking small-sized ground-moving targets and guiding aircraft using radio stations to enemy air and ground targets. 39. Notes: 1. Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945. Short story. M. 1970 p. 237. 2. Ibid. 3. History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945. Vol. 3. M. 1964 p. 241. 4. Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 m. 1968 p. 174. 5. Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945. Brief History p. 239. 6. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense f. 13a. He. 504 No. 310 pp. 160. 7. Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 174. 8. La-5FN at an altitude of 4,000 meters had a horizontal speed 40-80 km higher than the German FV-190 aircraft, and better maneuverability. 9. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense f. 35 He. 11,250 No. 47 L. 52. 10. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense f. 35 He. 11,285 No. 5 L. 33. 1112 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense f. 35 Op. 11,268 No. 5 L. 33. 13. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense f. 302 Op. 4196 No. 24 No. 6770. 14. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense f. 35 Op. 92,815 No. 59 No. 2223. 15. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense f. 368 Op. 11,538 No. 3 L. 114 f. 302 Op. 20,739 No. 16 No. 39 117. 16. Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 177. History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945 Vol. 3 p. 395. 17. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense f. 368 Op. 11,588 No. 3 L. 214. 18. Aviation and Cosmonautics of the USSR M. 1968 p. 155. 19. Ibid. p. 157. 20. Millenton F. Tank Battles 1939-1945 Aber from English M. 1957 p. 192. 21. Aviation and Cosmonautics of the USSR p. 155-157. 22. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense f. 35 Op. 11,285 D822 L36. 23. Ibid. L47. 24. Ibid. L58. 25. History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945 Vol. 3 p. 274. 26 Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945. Brief History p. 250. 27 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War 1941-1945 p. 188-189. 28 Aviation and Cosmonautics of the USSR p. 162. 29 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 195. 30 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 197. 31 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 327 Op. 48734 Building 1 L. 110. 32 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op. 283,444 No. 12 No. 6063. 33 History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945 Vol. 3 p. 403. 34 Brezhnev L.I. Great Victory of the Soviet People M. 1965 p. 13. 35 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 33 Op. 793,756 No. 11 L. 268. 36 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 370 Op. 6548 No. 38 pp. 42, 43. 37 Red Star 1968 May 25. 38 PSU about the Armed Forces of the Soviet Union. SAT documents 19,171,968 M. 1969 p. 323-324. 39 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op. 11,291 No. 8 No. 67 No. 63 pp. 17 v. The Air Force of the Soviet Army in the operations of the final period of the war. The situation on the fronts at the beginning of 1944. Activities of the Command and Staff of the Soviet Army Air Force to improve aviation leadership. 2.5 years of heavy fighting and battles past. A year of radical change has passed. By the beginning of 1944, the situation at the fronts was developing in favor of the USSR. The greatest victories of the Soviet Army in 1940-1943 showed the whole world the increased military power of the socialist state and its armed forces. It became obvious that the Soviet Union was capable of bringing the war to a victorious end on its own. This led to a further increase in the authority of the USSR. The war economy became even stronger. Soviet industry, on an ever-increasing scale, continued to equip the armed forces with first-class military equipment. In the active Soviet army there were 6,165,000 people, 88,900 guns and mortars, 2,167 rocket artillery installations, about 4,900 tanks and self-propelled artillery installations, 8,500 aircraft. Although the German armed forces suffered heavy losses on the Soviet-German front and were somewhat reduced, they were still powerful. On the Eastern Front, the enemy had 4,906,000 people, over 54,000 guns and mortars, 5,400 tanks and assault guns and 3,000 aircraft. 1. The strategic initiative was in the hands of the Soviet Command. The Supreme High Command headquarters planned to launch an offensive along the entire front by conducting a series of powerful sequential strategic operations on separate, remotely important sectors of the Soviet-German front. The main blow was planned in the southwestern direction with the goal of defeating the largest enemy groups and liberating right bank Ukraine and Crimea. In the northwestern direction, the task was to defeat the enemy group, lift the blockade of Leningrad and reach the approaches to the Soviet Baltic republics. In the western direction, it was planned to defeat Army Group Center and clear a significant part of Belarus from the enemy. Hitler's command still considered the Eastern Front to be the main one. It planned to concentrate its troops in those areas where attacks by the Soviet army were expected and, by maneuvering reserves and aviation, stop the advance of the Soviet troops. In the west, Nazi Germany was preparing to repulse the landing in northern France, seize the initiative into its own hands and achieve a victorious outcome of the war. The idea of seizing the initiative and winning the war was adventuristic. It did not correspond to the real situation that had developed on the Soviet-German front by the beginning of 1944. The Soviet Air Force entered the third and final period of the Great Patriotic War equipped with the latest technology and accumulated enormous combat experience. They mastered new forms of operational use of large aviation formations and methods of action of all types and branches of aviation in independent air operations and in joint actions with ground forces. The Soviet Air Force along the entire Soviet-German front firmly held the strategic initiative and air supremacy. Our aviation industry produced 35,000 combat aircraft in 1943. As of January 1, 1944, the regular requirement of air units and military educational institutions of the Soviet Army Air Force for aircraft was met by more than 100%. On January 1, 1944, new aircraft in the Soviet Air Force accounted for 86.7% of fighter aircraft, 100% of attack aircraft, and 74.3% of bomber aircraft. 2 aviation divisions of frontline aviation were transferred from 2 regiment to 3 or 4 regiment strength, and 50 attack and 36 fighter aviation regiments were transferred to a staff of 40 aircraft. 3. In the operations of the final period of the Great Patriotic War, carried out on the central and southern wings of the Soviet-German front, the increased power and superiority of Soviet weapons and Soviet military science were most clearly demonstrated. Characteristic of the actions of the Soviet Air Force during this period of the war were the concentration of large aviation forces in the main directions of action of the ground forces, the massing of aviation efforts in a narrow zone to solve main tasks, the widespread use of maneuver by aviation corps and divisions of the RVGK, the attraction of significant long-range aviation forces for solving problems directly in the interests of front troops, coordinating the actions of several air armies of frontline aviation and long-range aviation under the unified leadership of a senior aviation commander. New characteristic features in the actions of Soviet aviation were most clearly manifested in such major offensive operations as Korsun-Shevchenkovsky, Belorussia, Vistula-Oder, East Prussian and Berlin. The command and headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force took an active part in these operations. The creation of new aviation equipment, its rapid mastery by flight personnel and its proper use on the war fronts was the daily concern of the commander and all members of the Air Force Military Council. At the beginning of January 1944, the Military Council of the Air Force reviewed the state of equipping frontline aviation with new types of aircraft and came to the conclusion that it was necessary to continue the rearmament of the Far East Air Force that had begun. The report addressed to the Supreme High Command stated, "We have accumulated fighter aircraft in reserve, ensuring the replacement of losses, the full complement of units withdrawn to the reserve and newly formed. In connection with this favorable situation, we consider it possible to continue the rearmament of fighter aircraft of the Far Eastern and Transbaikal fronts, whose aviation units are armed with obsolete types of aircraft I-16, I-153, I-15 bis 4. In accordance with this, the Supreme High Command decided to re-equip the Far East aviation with new types of aircraft. On February 7, 1944, the Air Force Military Council discussed the progress of work on the creation of new aircraft and decided to provide the People's Commissariat of Defense of the USSR with a plan for the experimental construction of aircraft and weapons for 1944-1945. Issues of improving the quality of aircraft and weapons produced by the industry were also repeatedly discussed. 5. On February 8, 1944, a meeting of the leadership of the Air Forces of military districts and military educational institutions was held at the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force. At the meeting, the Air Force Military Council demanded that its participants take effective measures to eliminate the preconditions for flight accidents, strengthen military discipline and strengthen party political work as the most important conditions for high-quality training of cadets in flight schools. 6. In March, the Air Force Military Council held a meeting of the heads of technical schools and advanced training courses, aircraft mechanic schools and junior specialists, at which decisions were made to improve the training of technical personnel, taking into account the experience of the war. 7. The headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force ensured the command continuity of control of the air armies, participated in the development of plans, generalized the experience of aviation combat operations and brought it to the troops. In the first half of 1944, generals and officers of the Air Force headquarters developed and reported to the command of the Soviet Army Air Force a number of directives addressed to the commanders of the air armies on improving aviation control and its more effective combat use. On April 15, 1944, a directive was issued from the Air Force commander on the fight against enemy aerial reconnaissance aircraft. It indicated that recently single German aerial reconnaissance aircraft had begun to penetrate deep into our rear and monitor our movements. All commanders of the air armies were ordered to develop special measures to combat enemy air reconnaissance, to identify and secure zones of combat against air reconnaissance for aviation fighter corps and divisions, organize fighter ambushes on the likely flight routes of enemy reconnaissance aircraft and make extensive use of guidance radios. The fighters that took off to intercept were instructed to pursue and destroy enemy aircraft. 8. On May 15, 1944, the commander of the Air Force, in his directive, demanded that the commanders of the air armies stop assigning combat missions to the Air Corps and divisions of the RHVoice for one sortie, and ordered the assignment of tasks for a certain period, at least for the day of the operation. Air Corps and divisions were allowed to assign missions for one sortie only in exceptional cases. 9. In 1944, appointed officers of the Air Force headquarters compiled a generalized report on the air situation on the Soviet-German front every 10 days to report to the commander and members of the Air Force Military Council. It indicated the composition of the aviation groups of the parties, their quantitative and qualitative changes, the concentration of aviation in strategic directions and its use of new methods of combat, the number of sorties flown, the intensity of combat operations by type and branch of aviation, the total number of air battles conducted and new methods of conducting them. In conclusion, conclusions and proposals were made for more effective use of the Air Force. 10. In addition, employees of the Air Force headquarters promptly prepared monthly reports on the actions of the Air Force, which were sent to the General Staff. A general map of the operational situation on a large scale was constantly maintained by two highly qualified officers, the senior of whom was Colonel I.M. Kuzmin. Usually by 20 to 23 p.m. the processing of situation data on the map, as well as draft reports to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief and an operational report on the results of the actions of the Soviet Air Force over the past 24 hours was completed. By this time, the commander and members of the Air Force Military Council usually came into the large room of one of the departments where all the final data was concentrated, where the head of the department reported to them the operational strategic situation, the changes that had occurred in the balance of aviation forces and the preliminary results of the Air Force's actions over the past 24 hours. Often, decisions were made here on a number of issues related to increasing the effectiveness of the operations of various types and branches of aviation, and these decisions were immediately formalized by Air Force headquarters officers. An additional new department for operational training of headquarters was created within the Air Force headquarters. General M.D. Smirnov was appointed head of the department. Colonel N.A. Sokolov was appointed deputy. Favorable conditions have been created for a more purposeful and comprehensive solution to many issues of the operational use of the Air Force. The command and headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force in 1944 significantly increased the leadership of aviation operational formations and formations on the war fronts, acquired extensive combat experience in maneuvering aviation reserves and concentrating aviation efforts on the most important areas of action of the ground forces in comprehensively ensuring the conduct of combat operations. In the Korsun-Shevchenko operation, in accordance with the general plan of the Supreme High Command, troops of 4 Ukrainian fronts 11 at the end of December 1943, beginning of January 1944 launched an offensive on the southern wing of the Soviet-German front. The actions of the fronts were coordinated by representatives of the headquarters. The 1st and 2nd Ukrainian Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov, the 3rd and 4th Ukrainian Fronts Marshal of the Soviet Union M. Vasilevsky. The actions of the involved aviation forces were coordinated by Air Marshal A. Novikov, the first to begin combat operations at the end of December 1943 were the troops of the 1st Ukrainian Front with the active support of aviation from the 2nd Air Army, commanded by General S.A. Krasovsky. By January 14, they had almost completely liberated the Kyiv and Zhytomyr regions and many areas of the Vinnytsia and Rivne regions. On January 5, 1944, the 2nd Ukrainian Front went on the offensive, whose troops were supported and covered by the 5th Air Army, commanded by General S.K. Goryanov. By mid-January, front troops liberated Kirovograd. The right flank of the enemy group in the Korsun-Shevchenkovsky area was under threat. On January 10-11, 1944, the 3rd and 4th Ukrainian fronts launched an offensive with the goal of defeating the enemy on the Nikopol bridgehead and in the Nikopol area. The fronts were respectively supported and covered from the air by the 17th Air Army, commanded by General V.A. Sudets, and the 8th Air Army, commanded by General T.T. Kryukin. The offensive actions of the troops of the 1st and 2nd Ukrainian fronts led to the coverage of both flanks of the Korsun-Shevchenko group. The headquarters ordered the commanders of these fronts, Generals N.F. Vatutin and I.S. Konev, to encircle and destroy the Korsun-Shevchenko enemy group. On January 24-25, the troops of the strike group of the 2nd Ukrainian Front began fighting near Korsun-Shevchenkovsky, and on January 26, the strike group of the 1st Ukrainian Front moved towards them. The front troops were supported by the 5th and 2nd Air Armies. They had 768 combat aircraft and were inferior in number to the enemy, who concentrated about 1,000 aircraft in this direction. 12 strike groups of both fronts struck in converging directions and united in the Zvenigorodka area. 10 enemy divisions and 1 brigade were surrounded. By February 3, Soviet troops created internal and external encirclement fronts. Our aviation operations took place in extremely difficult weather conditions. In addition, at the end of January and beginning of February 1944, a thaw occurred which led to the failure of unpaved airfields. By this time, practically in the air armies there were only 2 or 3 operating airfields, each of which was based on 5,100 of our aircraft. But even under these conditions, ground troops received great assistance from the air. From January 29 to February 3, 1944, our aviation carried out 2,800 sorties in the area encircling the Korsun-Shevchenko enemy group, while enemy aviation made half as many, 13. On the instructions of A. Novikov, who, even upon departure from Moscow, reported to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief his proposals regarding the use of aviation to defeat the Korsun-Shevchenko group of the enemy. Cumulative bombs were widely used by IL to attack aircraft, and Po-2 night-light bombers were widely used. They especially helped in repelling enemy counterattacks on the outer front of the encirclement in the area of Talmuk and Lysyanka. On February 4, when enemy tanks wedged into the defenses of the 53rd Army of the 2nd Ukrainian Front, the enemy's attempt to break into the encirclement area was thwarted by the efforts of attack aircraft and artillery. The attack aircraft of the Second Air Army delivered two powerful blows to enemy tank groups trying to free their encircled group. At the cost of heavy losses, the German divisions managed to break through to the Lysyanka area, and the encircled troops managed to meet them to the Shenderovka area. Between them there was a strip of only 12 km, but they could not overcome it. When hopes for outside help were lost, the Nazi troops in the cauldron attempted to break out of the encirclement on their own. On the night of February 17, 1944, forming columns, enemy troops moved from the Shenderovka area to the southwest. The crews of the 312th Night Bomber Aviation Division, led by Colonel V.P. Chanpalov, continuously bombed the Nazi columns which, fleeing from airstrikes, came under heavy rocket artillery fire. Most of them were destroyed. Only a small group of tanks and armored personnel carriers managed to escape from the encirclement during a severe snowstorm. The air blockade of the encircled enemy group was organized and carried out very instructively. Based on the experience of Stalingrad, A. Novikov, together with the commander of the Second Air Army, General S. A. Krasovsky, and the commander of the 10th Air Defense Fighter Corps, General L. G. Rybkin, created 4 zones for the destruction of enemy transport aircraft, which tried to supply their troops by air-surrounded troops. German aviation was destroyed in 4 zones by fighters of the Second Air Army and the 10th Air Defense Forces. Behind the outer front of the encirclement, the airfields of Uman, Vinnytsia, and Novo-Ukrainka were attacked. At the same time, attacks were carried out on enemy airfields and landing sites. The 5th Air Army supported the troops in destroying the encircled enemy. From January 31 to February 18, during the air blockade, our aviation shot down 257 enemy aircraft in the air, including 31 transport aircraft, and in total, during the period of defeat of the encircled group, 457 Nazi aircraft were destroyed in air battles and at airfields 14. As a result of the air blockade, the encircled group was isolated and deprived of outside assistance, which greatly contributed to its rapid liquidation. For the advanced units of the 2nd and 6th Tank Armies, the 326th Night Bomber Aviation Division delivered 49 tons of gasoline, 65 tons of ammunition and 525 rockets for Guards mortars from February 8 to 16. In conditions of crossroads, when there were stuck cars on the roads and tractors could not always move, this was an invaluable aid to the troops. The Korsun-Shevchenko operation was completed. 55,000 Nazi soldiers and officers were killed and wounded. More than 18,000 were captured. 15. The Korsun-Shevchenko operation went down in the history of the Great Patriotic War as a remarkable example of the encirclement and destruction of a large enemy group. The Soviet Army once again demonstrated its ability to carry out encirclement operations, which represent the most complex form of warfare. Soviet aviation demonstrated complete superiority over enemy aircraft, isolating the encircled group from external air assistance. In the winter and spring of 1944, troops of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th Ukrainian fronts with active air support inflicted a major defeat on the enemy. Right bank Ukraine was completely liberated. The Soviet armed forces entered the territory of Romania. During the first 3 months of 1944, the Soviet Air Force conducted more than 70,000 sorties and dropped thousands of tons of bombs on enemy targets. 1,467 enemy aircraft were destroyed in air battles and at airfields. 16. On February 21, 1944, by decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, for great military services to the Communist Party and our socialist motherland, Alexander Alexandrovich Novikov was awarded the highest military rank in aviation, Chief Marshal of Aviation. In the Belarusian operation in the winter and spring of 1944, the Soviet armed forces inflicted heavy defeats on the enemy and entered the eastern regions of the Baltic states, Belarus, the western regions of Ukraine and northeastern Romania. In the second half of April 1944, the Soviet Army, by order of the Supreme High Command Headquarters, stopped the offensive. On April 17, the troops of the 1st Belarusian and 1st Ukrainian fronts went on the defensive. On April 18, the 2nd Baltic Front. On April 19, the Leningrad, 3rd Baltic, 3rd and 2nd Belarusian fronts. On April 22, an order was issued to strengthen defense in the zone of the 1st Baltic Front. On May 6, the 2nd and 3rd Ukrainian fronts went on the defensive. Intensified preparations for summer strategic offensive operations began. In the winter and spring of 1944, the Soviet Union continuously increased its military power. In the first half of the year, about 14,000 medium and heavy tanks and self-propelled artillery units, 26,000 guns of 76 mm caliber and higher, over 90 million shells, aerial bombs and mines were produced. During the first half of 1944, the aviation industry produced 16,000 aircraft, which made up for losses and made it possible to form new units and formations of the Air Force 17. In the first 5 months of 1944, the number of aircraft in the active army increased by 25%. 18. On the front from the Barents to the Black Sea, with a total length of 4,450 km, multi-million strong armies continued to confront each other. In the active Soviet army there were about 6,500 people, 83,200 guns and mortars, about 8,000 tanks and self-propelled artillery units, 11,800 combat aircraft. The troops of the fascist bloc on the Eastern Front had 4 million people, about 49,000 guns and mortars, over 5,200 tanks and assault guns and about 2,800 combat aircraft. 19. Despite the landing of their troops in northern France on June 6, 1944 by the United States and England, the Soviet-German front continued to be decisive in the war. 56% of all Wehrmacht ground forces operated here, and taking into account satellite troops, 63%. 20. In the summer of 1944, the Communist Party and the Soviet government set the task for the armed forces to clear the entire Soviet land from occupiers and begin to liberate the peoples of Poland, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria and other European states from fascist captivity. Among the offensive operations of the second half of 1944, the Belarusian operation occupies a special place. Its preparation began in the spring of 1944. Its goal was the defeat of the Nazi Army Group Center and the liberation of the Belarusian SSR and its capital Minsk. The plan for the offensive Belarusian operation was developed by the General Staff and discussed at the Supreme Command Headquarters on May 22 and 23. G.K. Zhukov M. Vasilevsky I.K.H. Bagramyan K.K. Rokossovsky A. Novikov N.N. Vranov N.D. Yakovlev A.V. took part in the discussion. Kralev M.P. Vorobyov I.T. Peresypkin A.I. Antonov 21. 4 Soviet fronts were deployed against the German group in Belarus on an 1,100 km front from Lake Neshado to Verba, the 1st Baltic, 3rd, 2nd and 1st Belarusian, as well as the Dnieper military flotilla. The Belarusian ones operated behind enemy lines partisans. The main idea of the operation was to interrupt the enemy's defenses in 6 directions with frontal attacks, encircle and destroy his flank groups near Vitebsk and Bobruisk, and defeat enemy troops in the areas of Orsha and Mogilev. Subsequently, with a rapid maneuver of the troops of the 3rd and 1st Belarusian fronts in the general direction of Minsk, encircle and destroy the 4th German Army. The active actions of the partisans were to merge with the powerful attacks of 4 fronts from the east. The Soviet Supreme High Command concentrated on the central sector of the front, the main grouping of the Air Force, 5 Air Armies. 3rd Air Army, Commander General N.F. Popyvin, 1st Air Army, Commander General T.T. Kryukin, 4 Air Army, Commander General K.A. Vershinin, and 16th Air Army, Commander General S.I. Rudenko. On the left wing of the 1st Belarusian front at the second stage of the operation, the 6th Air Army operated under the command of General F.P. Polinin, which became part of the front in April, 3rd Guards Assault and 242nd Night Bomber Air Divisions and 2 separate aviation regiments. In total, these 5 air armies had about 6,000 aircraft, including more than 1,100 day and night bombers and 2,000 attack aircraft 22. In addition, 8 long-range aviation corps were involved, about 1,000 bombers. The fascist German troops of Army Group Center supported the air formations of the 6th Air Fleet, which had 1,342 combat aircraft 23. Its aviation squadrons were based at the airfields of Minsk, Baronovichi and Bobruisk. Having pulled aviation closer to the center of the Belarusian salient, the fascist German command hoped to use it as the most mobile reserve on any sector of the front from Vitebsk to Kovel. Thus, by the beginning of the Belarusian operation, a favorable air situation had developed for our air force. They gained the opportunity to successfully deliver powerful strikes against the enemy and actively support the offensive of ground forces. At the beginning of June 1944, a directive from the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force was sent to all air armies dedicated to the results of the actions of the Air Force during the winter-spring of 1944 and tasks for the summer period. The directive made a detailed analysis of the shortcomings, revealed their causes and gave specific instructions on how to eliminate them. The flight personnel were asked to constantly study the objects of action, and the aviation headquarters were asked to more carefully work out the plan tables of interaction between aviation and tank and mechanized formations, especially when they were introduced into battles and actions in operational depth. It was ordered in July 1944 to familiarize all commanders of fighter divisions, their deputies, chiefs of staff and senior officers of Air Army Headquarters with the work of command posts of fighter air corps divisions, and to instill in them practical skills in controlling aviation in the air using radio means. It was recommended that control of attack aircraft on the battlefield be based on the principle of control of fighter aircraft. It was strictly forbidden for Air Army commanders to control the sorties and actions of individual groups of aircraft, and it was recommended to assign specific tasks only to Air Corps and divisions, giving them the right to lead at the lower echelons. Chiefs of staff of air armies and air corps were charged with the duty of systematically visiting subordinate headquarters, providing them with specific assistance in planning and organizing control. To combat enemy aviation, each air army was ordered to allocate a fighter aviation corps or division for a special purpose and provide them with radio equipment. The fight should not be limited to air battles, but it is imperative to organize strikes on airfields 24. In accordance with the decision of the Supreme High Command Headquarters to coordinate the efforts of the troops and aviation of the fronts in the operation, representatives of the Supreme High Command Headquarters went to the front. On June 5, Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov to coordinate the actions of the 1st and 2nd Belarusian fronts, and, somewhat later, the Chief Marshal Aviation A.A. Novikov. On June 4, Marshal of the Soviet Union A.M. Vasilevsky and the representative of the Headquarters for Aviation, General F.Ya. Falaliv, arrived at the 1st Baltic and 3rd Belarusian fronts. For 22 days, all air units and formations carried out intense work to prepare for the operation. In the first half of June, 10 Air Corps and 8 air divisions arrived to strengthen the air armies. To accommodate them, it was necessary to build 70 airfields. Construction was carried out by airfield engineering units of aviation logistics under the leadership of the chiefs of logistics of the air armies, Generals I.M. Giller, V.N. Uspensky, P.V. Korotev, S. Kryov and I.I. Semenov. The 1st Air Army of the 3rd Belarusian Front and the 16th Air Army of the 1st Belarusian Front received the most reinforcements. For example, in May-June, the 1st Guards and 273rd Fighter Air Divisions returned to the 16th Air Army after being re-equipped. The 8th Fighter Aviation Corps, Commander General S. Osipenko, the 4th, arrived again. Assault Aviation Corps, Commander General G.F. Baidakov, 132nd Bomber Aviation Division, Commander General I.L. Fedorov, 300th Assault Aviation Division, Commander Colonel T.E. Kovalev, and 19th Separate Fighter Aviation Regiment, Commander Colonel P.F. Chupikov, directly subordinate to the commander of the Air Force of the Soviet Army. The aviation regiment was staffed with first-class ace pilots and the latest fighter aircraft 25. The 1st and 16th Air Armies contained 70% of the aircraft, including all daylight bombers, 3 air corps and 2 separate air divisions. This massing of forces followed from the plan of the Belarusian operation. Much and fruitful work was carried out by political agencies and party organizations of the Air Army's aviation formations and units. Before the offensive, meetings were held between the leadership of the units and party and Komsomol activists. All educational work was carried out in the spirit of selfless devotion to the socialist fatherland and hatred of the Nazi invaders. Much attention was paid to the growth of the ranks of the Communist Party. The Communists occupied a vanguard role in the preparation of units and formations. They cemented the ranks of aviators to assist in basing formations, organizing command and control, and establishing logistics at the direction of the Air Force commander. A group of generals and officers of the headquarters of the Air Force departments, including Generals I.L. Turkel and P.P. Ionov, was sent to the 16th Air Army G.K. Gvozkov B.V. Sterlegov. In preparation for the operation, the organization of massive strikes by Bomber Air Corps was practiced for several days at rear airfields in practical flights. This training was headed by the chief navigator of the Soviet Army Air Force, General B.V. Sterlegov, together with the commander of the 16th Air Army, General S.I. Rudenko. This was the first experience of assembling and constructing bomber corps in the air. After a detailed analysis of all the positive and negative aspects of this event, it was decided that it would be more profitable to deliver a massive strike on ground targets using divisions and air regiments. It was planned to carry out a powerful air offensive on a large scale during the operation. It was planned to destroy enemy fortifications in the breakthrough areas with bomber strikes the night before the attack, and with the start of the attack, interacting with ground forces in place and time, destroy firing points on the battlefield, artillery and enemy reserves. Significant forces were allocated to fight to maintain air supremacy. In preparation for the operation, aviation was assigned the important task of conducting aerial reconnaissance. It was necessary to obtain reliable data on the composition and grouping of fascist troops, the nature of their defensive structures, and the locations of firing points. Long before the start of the operation, 30 to 50% of all sorties were carried out for this purpose. Photographing the terrain in the breakthrough areas made it possible for combined arms commanders to use photographs to timely study all the details of the formation of the enemy's defense. The air armies provided great assistance to partisan detachments and formations, delivering weapons, ammunition, food and evacuating the wounded. In the areas of Ashash, Lepel, Borisov, Bigomil, aviation provided fire support for the partisans during their battles with punitive detachments. By June 20, 1944, the main work on planning a powerful air offensive and preparing units and formations for the operation was completed. Frontline and long-range aviation were given the following tasks: to firmly maintain air supremacy, support front troops when breaking through enemy defenses, encircling and defeating the Vitebsk and Bobruisk groupings, as well as encircling and destroying the main forces of Army Group Center east of Minsk. Prevent the enemy reserves from approaching the battlefield and disrupt the retreat of enemy troops to the west. Continuously conduct aerial reconnaissance. Taking into account the fact that the First Belarusian Front launched 2 attacks simultaneously on the Rogachevo, Bobruisk and Parik directions, the forces of the 16th Air Army were divided into 2 groups. The northern one included 13 and the southern one 7 air divisions 26. The formations of the 1st Air Army of the 3rd Belarusian Front were also divided into 2 groups. 6 air divisions were to operate in the Bogushevsky direction and 11 air divisions in the Orsha direction 27. In the 3rd and 4th Air Armies, all aviation forces were planned to be used in the directions of the main attacks of the 1st Baltic and 2nd Belarusian fronts, in order to consistently concentrate the efforts of long-range aviation to support the offensive on 4 fronts. By decision of the Supreme Command Headquarters, the date for the transition to the offensive of the 1st Belarusian front was postponed a day later. This made it possible to initially concentrate all long-range aviation forces to support the 1st Baltic, 3rd and 2nd Belarusian fronts and then transfer them to the zone of action of the troops of the 1st Belarusian front. From this it is clear how much importance the Supreme Command headquarters attached to the actions of our aviation. Together with A. Novikov, A.E. Golovanov, S.I. Rudenko and K.A. Vershinan writes Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov in his memoirs, we discussed in detail the situation, goals, tasks and plans for the use of air armies and their interaction with long-range aviation, the attacks of which were aimed at headquarters, communication centers of operational formations, reserves and other important targets. In addition, issues of maneuvering front aviation in the common interests were considered 28. At the suggestion of A. Novikov with the approval of Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov, 10 days before the start of the operation, long-range aviation carried out an air operation for 4 nights to destroy enemy aircraft at airfields. On June 13, 18, 7 enemy airfields were attacked. In Brest, Bialystok, Orsha, Minsk, Baranovichy, Bobruisk, Lunenets, where up to 60% of the aircraft of the 6th Air Fleet were based. To accomplish this task, 1,472 sorties were carried out by heavy bombers 29. The issues of using long-range aviation directly in the Belarusian offensive operation were clarified by E. Golovanov with the commanders and headquarters of the fronts. On June 14 and 15, 1944, the commander of the 1st Belarusian front, in the presence of G.K. Zhukov, conducted a drawing of the upcoming operation in the 65th and 28th Armies. In the forest, away from the roads, a site was prepared, reproducing in miniature the front section in the area of operation. The front line, the demarcation lines between combined arms armies and divisions, all objects, nodes and means of resistance. Army commanders, division and regiment commanders showed their decisions right on the ground and answered G.K. Zhukov's questions. This gave the command the opportunity, in an environment as close as possible to the real one, to play out the planned operation with the command staff of all levels and work out the interaction in detail. Aviation preparations for the offensive began on the night of June 23 in the breakthrough areas of the 1st Baltic, 3rd and 2nd Belarusian fronts. 147 long-range bombers operated in the breakthrough areas of the 3rd Belarusian front and 258 in the breakthrough areas of the 2nd Belarusian front. 30. In addition, pilots of the 46th Guard Stamen Night Bomber Regiment, led by Major E.D. Barshanskaya, successfully operated on the 2nd Belarusian front. In the Orsha direction, before the infantry attack, 162 bombers launched a concentrated attack on enemy resistance centers. 31. After the bombing strikes, attack aircraft began continuous operations, destroying firing points that impeded the advance of our infantrymen and tank crews and smashed enemy reserves. During the first 24 hours, pilots of the 3 air armies flew more than 4,500 combat sorties, conducted 42 air battles and shot down 19 enemy aircraft. 32. General F. Ya. Falaliyev, as the representative of the headquarters for aviation on the 1st Baltic and 3rd Belarusian fronts, coordinated the actions of the air formations of the 3rd and 1st Air Armies. On his instructions, during the liquidation of the encircled group west of Vitebsk, the efforts of the 3rd Air Army were concentrated on the outer front of the encirclement, while the 1st Air Army, with part of its forces, contributed to the rapid liquidation of enemy groups with air strikes. When in early July there was a need to strengthen air support for the troops of the 1st Baltic Front, representatives of the headquarters, Marshal of the Soviet Union A.M. Vasilevsky and General F. Ya. Falaliyev decided to transfer several air formations from the 1st Air Army to the 3rd, which played a big role in the successful offensive of the front forces. 33. On June 24, with the transition of the troops of the 1st Belarusian front to the offensive, the scope of our aviation operations increased even more. 303 long-range bombers, 34 took part in night aviation training, and 2 night bomber aviation divisions of the 16th Air Army flew 250 sorties. On the afternoon of June 24, at 12:17 hours, bomber and attack aircraft of the 16th Air Army launched 2 massive attacks on defense strongholds in the Bolshaya Krashenovka and Tikhinichi area. Massive strikes by bombers, combined with echelon actions of attack aircraft, had a strong impact on the Nazi troops, inflicting significant damage on them and reducing the stability of the defense. On June 25 and 26, the tactical defense on all fronts was broken through, and mobile groups were introduced into the breakthrough, support and cover of which became the main task of our aviation. A bomber, assault and 2 fighter aviation corps interacted with the 5th Guards Tank Army of the 3rd Belarusian Front. At the forward command post was the commander of the aviation corps, General V.A. Ashakov, with an operational group of corps headquarters officers. The troops of the 5th Guards Tank Army, with the support of aviation, firmly straddled the Moscow-Minsk highway and railway and quickly launched a pursuit of the enemy in the Borisov direction. On the 1st Belarusian front, 2 air corps interacted with the cavalry mechanized group, an assault and a fighter, and with tank corps, 1 assault and 1 fighter division. Bomber corps were used as a powerful fire reserve intended to strike the most important targets in the offensive zone of front troops. Air assault formations upon calls from aviation representatives from forward control posts located in the combat formations of tank and mechanized corps in groups of 9-12 aircraft continuously struck at enemy troops and equipment. The commander of the 9th Tank Corps, General B.S. Bakhiarev, in a telegram dated June 26 to the commander of the 16th Air Army, wrote, "For the excellent assistance of the 9th Tank Corps, I ask you to express gratitude to the commander of the 199th SHAD, Colonel N.S. Vinogradov, and everyone flight personnel of the division entrusted to him." 35. From June 26, Nazi troops began to retreat along the entire front, successfully developing an offensive in operational depth. Tank and mechanized formations surrounded the German troops. By June 27, the troops of the 1st Belarusian Front surrounded the troops of the 35th German Army Corps in the area southeast of Bobruisk, which, according to our aerial reconnaissance, was preparing for a breakthrough, pulling tanks, artillery and vehicles onto the Zlobin-Titovka Road, hoping to quickly ram the hastily occupied defenses of the 9th Tank Corps. At the forward command post of General K.K. Rokossovsky there were G.K. Zhukov and A. Novikov. When discussing the current situation, A. Novikov proposed launching a massive airstrike and thwarting the enemy's intentions. G.K. Zhukov agreed with this proposal and ordered its implementation to begin immediately. This is how Air Marshal S.I. Rudenko describes this episode. At 5 p.m., Colonel M.N. Kozhevnikov, who was accompanying the Air Force commander, called the headquarters of the 16th Air Army and said that G.K. Zhukov, A. Novikov and K.K. Rokossovsky know about the critical situation in the Titovka area and intend to entrust the aviation with the defeat of the enemy. Column 36. General S.I. Rudenko, together with the Chief of Staff of the Army, General P.I. Breko, immediately gave orders to the commanders of the aviation corps and divisions. 523 aircraft were taken into the air. The massive attack continued for an hour and a half. More than 160 tons of bombs were dropped and tens of thousands of shells were fired. Our airstrike was extremely successful. 150 tanks, 6,000 vehicles and a lot of artillery were destroyed and put out of action in the area of the encircled enemy group southeast of Bobruisk. 37. Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov wrote on this occasion, "I did not have the opportunity to observe how the liquidation of the enemy took place in Bobruisk, but I saw how the Germans were defeated southeast of it. Hundreds of bombers of the 16th Army S.I. Rudenko, interacting with the 48th Army, dealt blow after blow to the enemy group. Fires broke out on the battlefield. Many dozens of cars, tanks, fuels and lubricants were burning. The entire field was illuminated by an ominous fire. Navigating along it, more and more new ones approached echelons of our bombers, dropping bombs of various calibers on the enemy. German soldiers, like madmen, rushed in all directions, and those who did not want to surrender immediately died. Hundreds and thousands of German soldiers died, deceived by Hitler, who promised them a lightning victory over the Soviet Union. 38. Novikov sent the following telegram to the flight personnel of the 16th Air Army. Our troops, as a result of an offensive southeast of Bobruisk, surrounded a large enemy group. In order to defeat the enemy and force him to surrender, June 27, 1944, in the period 18.15-21.00, aviation of the 16th Air Army in the amount of 523 aircraft carried out a massive bombing attack on the encircled enemy group southeast of Bobruisk. As a result of the successful airstrike, the encircled enemy group was defeated and its remnants were destroyed at night on June 28, were destroyed and captured by ground forces. In the area where the airstrike was carried out, a large amount of broken enemy equipment and masses of corpses of German soldiers and officers remained on the battlefield. Thus, the aviation units completed their task perfectly, for which all airmen express gratitude to the personnel who took part in the massive strike: pilots, navigators, gunners, radio operators. The telegram should be delivered to all personnel of the air units of the 16th Air Army. 39. The massive airstrike against the encircled group was a clear demonstration of the increased combat capabilities of our Air Force and their skillful leadership by the Air Force commander, the commander of the 16th Air Army, and the commanders of Air Corps, divisions and regiments. Troops of the 1st Belarusian Front, with active support from aviation, captured Bobruisk on June 29. Air formations of the 1st and 4th Air Armies took part in the defeat of the enemy groups surrounded in the forests southeast of Minsk, along with the troops of the fronts. Aerial reconnaissance aircraft flew at low altitudes. They accurately identified enemy locations and immediately transmitted reconnaissance data to aviation control points via radio. According to air reconnaissance data, groups of attack aircraft and bombers flew out and attacked enemy troops. The Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Belarus PK. Ponomarenko on September 12, 1944 informed Marshal of the Soviet Union M. Vasilevsky. The other day we discovered and examined a huge fortified German camp southeast of Minsk, completely destroyed by our attack aircraft. This area produces stunning impression of the scale of the defeat and the demonstration of the power of our air fleet. One of the German groups, having received information about the capture of Minsk, built a fortified area in which more than 11,000 Germans, several hundred tanks, many guns, more than 5,000 armored vehicles settled. This group was destroyed by our 14th Assault Stalingrad Red Banner Division. In the camp at the inspection site there were 5,000 corpses of German soldiers and officers and more than 5,000 burned various vehicles, a large amount of destroyed ammunition. Bringing to your attention, please mark accordingly image of the 14th Stalingrad Red Banner Attack Aviation Division, its commanders and flight personnel. 40. The Soviet government awarded orders to many commanders and pilots of this division. The experience of our aviation in defeating an encircled enemy group in the area southeast of Bobruisk was analyzed, generalized and further studied in all air armies for practical use. By this time, the defeat of the Vitebsk, Orsha and Mogilev enemy groups was completed. Tank formations of the 3rd and 1st Belarusian fronts began to quickly advance towards Minsk. Our aviation was faced with a new task of covering and supporting the advancing troops and pursuing the enemy. In the area of Berezino, the retreating Nazi troops were subjected to massive attacks by the 4th and 16th Air Armies. From June 28 to June 30, they flew more than 3,000 sorties. 41. Crossings across the Berezino River were systematically destroyed by our aircraft, and our attack aircraft launched effective attacks on the Nazi troops huddled on the eastern bank of the river. From June 29 to July 3, the 4th and 16th Air Armies carried out more than 4,000 sorties against retreating enemy troops. 42. By preventing the rapid withdrawal of fascist German troops beyond the Berezina, our aviation thereby ensured their encirclement east of Minsk. On July 3, 1944, Soviet troops liberated Minsk. Success in the offensive Belarusian operation was achieved through the coordinated actions of three main forces. Tank formations that covered a large group of Nazi troops east of Minsk, from the north and south, and reached its rear. Rifle formations operating from the front line and long-range aviation, which prohibited the withdrawal of the 4th German Army to Minsk. After the liberation of Minsk, the offensive of the Soviet troops, actively supported by our aviation, unfolded on a wide front and proceeded at a high pace in the directions of Vilno, Bialystok, and Brest. The liquidation of the encircled enemy groups east of Minsk was carried out by troops of the 2nd Belarusian Front. By mid-July 1944, Soviet troops had gone far to the west. The Belarusian ledge was cut off at the final stage of the Belarusian operation, and then in the battles for the complete liberation of Poland, pilots of the Polish aviation, formed with the help of the Soviet Union, fought alongside the Soviets. On August 14, the 1st Fighter Aviation Regiment Warsaw on Yak-1 aircraft and the 2nd Night Bomber Aviation Regiment Krakow 43 on Po-2 aircraft arrived at the front. By the end of 1944, the 4th Polish Mixed Aviation Division, Commander Colonel G.P. Turikin, was formed, consisting of three aviation regiments: 1st Fighter, 2nd Light Bomber and 3rd Attack, and at the beginning of 1945, and the 1st Mixed Aviation Corps, Commander General F.A. Agoltsov, consisting of the 1st Polish Bomber, 2nd Polish Attack and 3rd Polish Fighter Aviation Divisions. From the second half of August 1944 until the end of the war, the Polish Air Force carried out more than 6,000 sorties on the Soviet-German Front 44. On August 29, the Belarusian operation ended. In the Belarusian operation, Soviet troops, with the support of aviation, inflicted a major defeat on Army Group Center, advanced 550-600 km westward, liberated the Belarusian SSR, most of the Lithuanian SSR, part of the Latvian SSR and the eastern part of Poland. The cities were liberated: Orsha, June 27, Bobruisk, June 29, Borisov, July 1, Minsk, July 3, Vilnius, July 13, Lublin, July 24, Bialystok, July 27, Brest, July 28, Kaunas, August 1, and other cities. The Soviet Air Force used crushing airstrikes to defeat encircled enemy groups near Vitebsk and Bobruisk, Minsk and Kaunas, Vilnius and other places. With the active support of attack aviation, front troops quickly crossed a number of large water barriers: the Vistula, Neman, Nerev, Berezina. Soviet pilots firmly maintained air supremacy and prevented enemy aircraft from striking troops and rear targets. During the operation, frontline and long-range aviation carried out 153,545 sorties and 3,166 sorties were carried out by Air Defense Aviation 45. The Soviet Air Force had never had such a scale of combat operations in any previous operation. 2,000 Nazi aircraft were destroyed in air battles and at airfields.